Swear the line was round the corner when she walked right in. High heels, short dress, he should've known right then. He walked over like, you the shorty I should be rocking. She told him, baby, I'm a job, you need to get clocked in. She next level, eyes full of pride, she won't settle. No brakes, so she hit the road, foot to the pedal. No days off, I mean that's often offensive. She like the ball, like the park with the fences. Yeah, so her lifestyle get awfully expensive. She might dismiss it, but it's hard to resist her. Cause she's a boss. Yeah, you can just tell when she talks. Shut the room down when she walks in. Not the type of woman you meet often. Cause she's a boss. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. Holds her crown, no one can deny. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. L-A-D-Y. Cause she's a boss. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. Challenge her, that wouldn't be wise. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. L-A-D-Y. Cause she's a boss. B-O-S-S. B-O-S-S. B-O-S-S.
We understand that by investing in the financial, physical, and mental well-being of women of color, we are one step closer to building an equitable society that works for everyone. Hey girl, hey, I'm Marty McDonald, CEO and founder of Boss Women Media, and this is Black Girl Magic 2021. Boss Women Media is in partnership with Capital One, Amazon's Black Business Accelerator, and Cream of Nature. This 2-day event brings together a dynamic group of women leaders, experts, influencers, and celebrities from across all industries and expertise to discuss financial well-being and small business success. This 2-day impactful summit focuses on career and business resources, honey, for women, created by a Black woman for all women. This is going to give you an opportunity for career advancement knowledge, financial resources, and business growth through powerful, and I mean powerful stories of women who are making tremendous impact. So buckle up, honey, and let's get ready, because this is Black Girl Magic. I want to welcome in our welcome guest this morning and our sponsor that comes back for the second year in the row, Capital One. Without Capital One, this would not be possible. We know that they believe in the power of Black women, the stories of Black women, and the impact that Black women are making in communities and beyond. So I want to welcome Celia Edwards-Karam, the new CARD Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, Marty. I am so excited to be here for a second time in a row, just as you said. What you and Boss Women Media have created in this event that you are pulling together, I got to tell you, I mean, I'm excited to contribute and share some of my stories, but I'm even more excited to listen to all of the different conversations that we're going to be having over these 2 days. As you said, it's about coming together to be more empowered, to take control of our finances and grow our financial well-being, but also to take control of our career and our aspirations for what we want to be. So I'm so excited to get to participate in this event. And Capital One is honored to partner with you and Boss Women Media as we create these spaces for women to come together, to learn, to grow, to rest and reflect. And maybe most importantly, to find connection and community with one another, because we all know that individually, we can do a lot. But when we feed off of each other, when we help each other, well, that's when Black Girl Magic really starts to thrive. I do want to take a moment to just say thank you. There are so many people who contributed to making these 2 days come together in this incredible way. I hope this weekend promotes new ideas, new friendships. I hope it broadens the networks of those who are participating, and a huge thank you to everyone for spending these 2 days with us. I also wanted to give a special thanks to just a few particular individuals without whom this event wouldn't have come together. Siobhan Gordon, Kanika Rainey, Gloria Gravlin, Ariel Tyson, Candice Parker, Dana Bolden, and Jessica Pumphrey, just to name a few. I am so honored to be with you all for these couple of days, and we really hope that you take full advantage of your time together. As Marty said, let's go make some Black girl magic. Hello, Black Girl Magic. I am so excited to be with you guys today. I get to have a fun conversation with Patrice Washington. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Celia Edwards-Karam, and I am the Card Chief Operating Officer at Capital One, and one of your key sponsors for our 2-day event. And I am so excited to spend some time with Patrice. If she doesn't mind, I'm going to sing her praises for a little bit because she's quite incredible. Patrice Washington is an award-winning author, transformational speaker, hope-restoring coach, and media personality, and top-rated host of the Redefining Wealth podcast, where she teaches the masses about chasing purpose, not money. Hint, we're going to spend a little time on that today. As America's money maven, Patrice has garnered tremendous success with her mindset approach to money as the recurring voice on the nationally syndicated Steve Harvey Morning Show. You've probably heard her there. Her message reaches millions weekly, but in true following her purpose fashion, Patrice actually stepped down to build the movement known today as Redefining Wealth. Through her teachings, Patrice will empower you to look at life through the lens of abundance and opportunity rather than of lack and scarcity. She'll show you how to create a powerful life vision in your career, home, health, and personal finances. You can learn more about her at patricewashington.com, but you're also going to get some sneak peeks on how to build some of those things as we spend a little time together today. Patrice, I'm so glad you're with me. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm so glad to be here, Celia. I can't tell you how glad, actually. This is a blessing.
Well, so we're going to have a lot of fun. I'm going to dive into some hard questions first. Let's talk about wealth. What does wealth actually mean to you, Patrice?
Well, it's pretty much as you said. I've spent the last decade almost just trying to get people to redefine how they see wealth. Like, the truth is that in our culture, we think of the very basic definition of wealth, which is just money and material possessions. But I knew after losing everything in the last recession and being at my very last dime, if there was even a dime, and getting to the point of literally going from a 7-figure business to scraping up change, that money could not just be all it was. I had what I call my defining moment, a bathroom floor moment. Celia, I don't know if you've ever had the ugly cry where you snot and bawl and you don't even recognize yourself. It was the ugly cry moment that brought me to my knees and brought me to this scripture. It was Proverbs 17:16. And it said, "What good is money in the hands of a fool if they have no desire to seek wisdom?" And that scripture changed everything for me. And it put me on the path of really trying to understand what wealth really was, what wisdom really was. And I found the original definition of wealth had nothing to do with money and material possessions. The 12th century definition of wealth was actually the condition of well-being. And it also listed happiness and fulfillment. And so from that moment, which was March 9th, 2009, until this one, I've lived my life with the intention of not just being well at the bank, but being well in spirit, mind, body, and soul. And so to me, wealth is definitely more holistic than just thinking about cars and trips and purses. It's much deeper than that.
Gosh, there's so much to that, Patrice. And I think it really resonates with me. You know, here at Capital One, we also think about wealth, not just in surface level terms, but in a real holistic well-being and empowering the person term. You know, we're really motivated by the opportunity and candidly the responsibility to help our customers improve their financial health and their overall well-being, to help save them money, but also help save them time, and to inspire a sense of optimism about the future. One fun way I've heard it said is that we want to support our customers' wellness of mind, body, and wallet. So if we're going to go down that journey together of really holistically thinking about ourselves and our finances, one key piece of this is establishing healthy financial boundaries. How do you go about that, Patrice? How do you establish healthy financial boundaries for your significant other or your loved ones?
Okay, Celia, so let me just tell you, boundaries were not always my thing. I had to grow into boundaries. And I don't know about you, but I'm a recovering people pleaser. And I was addicted to achievement for many years, which meant I just wanted to do things that would make other people happy and make them proud, also make them comfortable, which meant lending money to people, Celia, that I knew could not repay me back in the day. And so a part of this journey for me has also been about learning how to set boundaries. And it got so bad at one point that I had to create a script. Yes, a script to help me figure out how to get comfortable having these really uncomfortable conversations with people that I love. In particular, it was like extended family. They were kind of the worst. And sometimes they're just the hardest to say no to, especially, as a woman who considers herself to be Black girl magic, right? Sometimes when you're the one and you feel like you've made it, you feel a sense of responsibility to help everyone else. But I've learned that, it's not always about helping them with money. Sometimes it's giving them the right information and access to resources, right? So here's a script that I had to come up with for, I'm not gonna say who, because they might be here watching right now, but here's a script I came up with. And it was basically like, if someone comes to me and says, hey, I've had this emergency and I need to borrow, let's say $1,000. My husband and I decided that we would have a line item in our budget of how much we're willing to give. Not lend, but give. And let's say our number is $500 a month. If a friend, close friend or family member comes, we want to make sure that we can support them, but based on our budget, right? Because their lack of planning is not necessarily our emergency. And so we'll go, hey, friend or family member, love you so much. I know that this may be a difficult time for you. I want to give you a one-time gift of $500 because that's what I've budgeted for. And you don't even have to worry about paying it back. And I truly hope that that blesses you and helps your situation. And we make sure to write one-time gift in the memo of the check or in the Cash App description. We'll write one-time gift so they know, don't come back now. Like, we got to have some boundaries here because we were experiencing repeat offenders. And that's worked out really well. And I've had tons of clients who have tried it too. And it also just preserves the relationship, but it also reminds people to participate in their own rescue. Like, they have to be a part of solving their problems. And it's not for us to come in with the savior complex and think that throwing money at someone is going to solve whatever issue they have, because it's usually deeper than just the money.
Gosh, that is such great advice, Patrice. And I love that you actually created a script. I also love that you and your partner are in it together, right? I think there's so much power in that. My girlfriends and I talk a lot about supporting each other through the hard moments and like talking each other through, how are you going to say no? Should you say yes to this one, or should you say, no to this one, and really supporting each other? We all need partners in our lives who can help us kind of stay on track. So I love that you guys do that together. The other thing you made me think of is that, I have, you and I have talked about this. I have 3 little girls here at home, and thinking about how I'm going to teach them, good financial management and good setting of boundaries. We spend a lot of time on that. And so I actually tried with them, getting them bank accounts, right? So we got them Capital One money, teen checking accounts, and kids savings accounts. And it created this great opportunity for me to turn giving them allowance into turning that into teaching them about money management. I'll tell you a quick story. My 10-year-old is obsessed with Legos. And over the summer, like earlier this summer, she asked for some elaborate Lego set. And I don't know if you've seen these things on Amazon, but they are crazy expensive, these Lego things. And I turned it back to her and I said, wow, that sounds like a really awesome thing. Do you have enough money to buy that? Are you sure you want to spend your money on that? And so we went together and we looked at the app and she checked her balance. And she's like, oh, I have to save a lot if I'm going to get there. And she was groaning about how hard to save it was. And the thing that really tickled me, Patrice, she came to me just a week ago and she said, you know what, Mom, I've saved up enough money now. Like I could actually get the Lego set, but I'm going to wait a little bit because I worked hard to save that money. And now I don't know if I want to spend it on that. I was like, oh, it was like so much better than anything I could have taught her, right? Anything I could have said to her, her learning that boundary lesson on her own. It just made me smile. So in any case, if I come back to really hearing about your knowledge, because I so want to tap into your wealth of knowledge, Patrice, one of the things you've talked about is realizing this correlation between wealth and well-being. What habits have you changed as you noticed how those two things work together?
So when I realized the connection between wealth and well-being, one of the first things that I did, even at my lowest point, when I think many people would have seen me and gone, she needs to be on LinkedIn applying for jobs. She needs to like be out and about figuring her life out. But I felt strongly that the first step, which is what we call at Redefining Wealth, the fit pillar, was where I needed to start. So the fit pillar is all about becoming your best self. And for me, that meant two things: becoming physically fit and more mentally fit. So let me explain that. So the first thing was being physically fit. I truly believe that if we have a vision for our lives, it's our duty and responsibility to protect the one vessel we get to execute the vision. And so sitting around, moping around, eating more, not moving my body because I, was in a really low place, didn't seem like the best option if I saw where I could possibly go. If I had a thought, an inkling of what my life could be, I felt like I need to get in shape so that I can take advantage of the opportunities that I'm hoping come. At the time, I was just hoping. I didn't know for certain anything was coming, but I wanted to be in the best physical shape. So for me, that meant just running along the lake in Metairie, Louisiana, where I lived at the time. It meant, just doing little workouts in the dining room with my husband, but making sure I felt good in my body, because this was the only body I was going to get to make it happen. And the second part was the mentally fit piece. And that I've been working on for many, many years. What a lot of people don't always know, because now they see me maybe on TV or something and they think, oh, she's really confident. But I actually grew up feeling really, really ugly. Like many Black girls out there who can relate. I was the chocolate girl. I was one of the darkest girls in my little friend circle. And I hated being so dark at the time. I'm going to tell the truth. I used to scrub my skin in the bathroom with hot water, hoping that something else was underneath, because I had been told so many times that I was the ugly one. And not just by kids at school, Celia. I'm talking about by even people in my family. And so I had some real self-esteem issues when I was growing up, which is why I was addicted to achievement, right? I thought I could earn love by doing more and getting better grades and getting into the best school. And there was still always this void. And it was 22 before I started going to therapy. And therapy is where I learned that hurt people. So I had to forgive some of the folks that raised me that didn't know better. Therapy is where I learned a new definition of forgiveness, which was giving up the possibility of a better past. And therapy is where I learned to just truly embrace who I was, because I was here on purpose, with purpose, for purpose. And I say that because so many times we think that wealth is just about, being smarter. I got to read more books. I got to listen to more podcasts. I have to do more of the things. But in my case, I realized the connection between dealing with my childhood trauma. And I believe that our careers or our wealth building capabilities are only going to grow to the extent that we are willing to heal. And so for the last really 2 decades with mental wellness, but in particular the last decade with the physical fitness, I've constantly made that the first thing that I think about. It's not just about dollars and cents, right? It's about the discipline that we do have in mind and body again. And every time I'm feeling some kind of way, Celia, that's where I start. And with my clients and my community, that's why I tell them to start, because you'll be surprised at just how the confidence increases and how your convictions increase and how your dedication to your dreams increase when you put that first, not money.
That's so powerful, Patrice, and it so resonates with me. One of the places where I think you're really kind of pushing us to think about too is this question of investing in yourself, not just from a financial perspective, but a physical perspective and a spiritual and mental perspective, right? You've got to grow your confidence if we're going to be able to grow all of these other resources and make these other contributions that we want to make in the world. one of the big things for me is, as I think about the space, and I've been with Capital One a long time, and I spent a lot of time thinking about our mission to help make people's lives easier and simpler in their financial services, and how do we bring sort of simplicity to that? That's not just about helping them manage their finances better. Money is one of the biggest stressors that people face in their lives. And so if we can find ways to bring simplicity and to reduce stress, we can help people get more out of their financial lives, or at least that's how we think about it. And so we provide, tools and trainings so that a simple product can also be an easy to use product. And we provide them for all different sorts of folks, whether it's for students who are first learning to be financially responsible, or maybe it's for seniors who are interested in online banking, and we'll sort of sit down side by side with them and guide them through our app, or even for entrepreneurs, like yourself, who are looking for insights catered to the next big step in their company's growth. All of that partnership and ensuring that people have access to knowledge and simple, easy products to use, we think that's a huge part of fostering people's financial independence. And that's so much of what it's all about. And as we think about independence, it's this question of financial independence and kind of growing generational wealth and creating generational wealth. Patrice, I know that's a space you've spent a lot of time thinking about. What kind of tips might you offer the audience on creating generational wealth?
I have spent a lot of time thinking about generational wealth, in particular because I'm in the sandwich generation. So not only am I caring for a child that I'm hoping gets to college, Celia, not only am I preparing for my 13-year-old daughter to go to college, but I'm also now responsible for the finances of my 70-year-old mother. And so being in the middle, trying to figure out what I'm doing for myself, but also planning for these other two generations is quite the task. And I'll say, especially as a Black woman, the very first thing is we have to be more open about conversations related to money. I don't know, again, about you, Celia, or maybe a lot of you that are watching. It is so hard to get your parents to sit down and to talk about the inevitable, but it is a conversation that we cannot let slide. Thanksgiving's coming up in a couple months. The holidays are coming up. We have to start sitting down and having these conversations about, what assets do your parents have? What do they want to do with it? What do they have planned? Is there any long-term care plan in place? Because that is such a big way that many of us in my age group, now in the 40s, get into debt. It's not necessarily because we're out buying the bar out or anything or balling out. It's because we are actually taking care of medical expenses for parents that didn't always plan in advance. And so the sooner that we can start having these conversations, the better. And in the same way, just in terms of being transparent about finances, like you, I sit down and talk to my daughter about money. It's not some taboo topic that kids are too young to talk about and they have to wait until they're 18. I think by the time your kid is 18, you've waited too long. There's so many conversations that you can have with your children at every age that are age appropriate, but that get them thinking about finances and financial well-being. And so I just really believe we have to start at transparency. We have to sit down, and again, we have to get comfortable having uncomfortable conversations, because in the long run, it's the only way that we're going to actually pass on generational wealth. That's the only way we're not going to have to start over as Black people in America every single generation. If we know what our parents are doing and we can plan in advance to support them and make sure that we're taken care of in the process, but also make sure that our kids know what to do with what we may leave them, because heaven forbid we do all the things and leave it to kids that don't know how to manage it. What good is that? So I think a conversation around generational wealth is where it all begins. We got to be transparent and really talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're so right about having the conversations. And one of the things that I've really struggled with, and to be honest, I'm struggling with as we speak, there are not a lot of people in my sort of close community, in my family, who have yet gotten to the kind of financial success that I have. And I'm really proud of that. And it's important to me to contribute. But it also means that there's not a lot of people I get to turn to when I have questions about, okay, so what should I be doing? Am I saving enough? Am I planning for retirement? Am I putting the right amount in sort of setting my kids up for the future? It can feel really lonely, Patrice, in just this moment of, I literally have no idea if I'm doing the right thing or not. And I sure am trying real hard. So I would hope it's the right thing. And so your point about getting those conversations going, both from a planning perspective, but then also finding the people that you can talk to who do have a little knowledge, who have kind of been down this road before. That's something that I know is really top of mind for me as I think about, kind of building generational wealth. It's also a space where I try to give a little. So I don't know much about wealth building, but I have learned a lot about managing credit wisely, right? I've worked in banking and lending for like 15 or 20 years. I know a little bit of something about how to manage credit. And so that's a space where with my family members and my friends, I'm always giving out tips, maybe in ways they find a little bit annoying, but it's such an important part of managing our finances. And we brought that to life at Capital One as well. We really we think a lot about innovation and using technology to help customers succeed. And so we built this little product called CreditWise. It's a free tool. It's designed to help people monitor their credit and figure out what steps they could do to make their credit score better and better over time. These small things can then really add up to giving people more financial independence. So lots that I want to learn and lots of questions I should be asking, but also lots of spaces where I think, we in Capital One are often trying to offer some knowledge. So Patrice, I'm going to come to our last question because we're getting close on time. For those that are planning to start fresh today, how can they think about working towards a healthier relationship with their money?
How to work towards a healthier relationship with money. I'm going to have to take it back to the therapy piece. And that's because I really believe that a lot of us are dealing with limiting beliefs. We're dealing with some unsupportive habits, maybe things we saw, things we heard, things we experienced in childhood, and we're not even aware that it's still running the show. We don't realize that the experience that we had in middle school or the conversation that we witnessed between our parents at 6 years old is impacting why we can't get on the same page with our significant other at 36 years old, right? And so there are so many things in our backstory that are preventing us from actually moving towards the future we say we want. And I'm going to have to stress it again because I'm a mental health advocate. Listen, we cannot recondition what we don't first recognize. And you can check your credit score every single day, and you can look at your budget every single week, and you can read all the books and do all the things. But if you're not aware of your behavior, if you're not aware of your belief system, like you haven't pinned down, these are the things that are keeping me setting financial goals on January 1st, and then on December 31st saying, I'm gonna do it again next year. I'm gonna try that again next time, right? If you just keep spiraling in these cycles of confusion around what do I do with my finances, it's not that we're not telling you. It's not that Capital One is not here as a great resource. It's not that there's not podcasts out there like mine. You don't have the mental capacity yet to receive the information that's right in front of you. And that's something you're going to have to deal with before you can really make any progress. At Redefining Wealth, we have 6 pillars. Fit is the first pillar and money is the 6th. There are so many steps in between that before you can actually start to make genuinely wise choices with your finances. And so I'm going to say it again. Get some therapy, girl. Get some therapy and deal with whatever's going on in that backstory, because I don't want it to prevent you from leaving the legacy I know you say you want.
Patrice, that is such wisdom. I mean, in your last point, but also in everything you've shared today. I learned a ton just from sitting here talking with you. Thank you so much for joining us and for your partnership with Capital One. Boss women at home, I really hope that you got something useful out of this. Thank you for joining in our conversation today. As you heard from both Patrice and I, Black women, you are the center of it. You are the center of your families. You are the center of your communities. And so as you build and invest in yourself, you're lifting everybody else along with you just by focusing on those 6 pillars within yourself. I am looking forward to connecting with all of you in the next segment here in our couple of days. And thanks again to Capital One for helping to bring this all to life. Enjoy the rest of the conversation.
Dear Big Sis, I've been watching you, and I told Mom what you've been up to. She told me to keep an eye on you. She also said, if I keep on keeping up with you, I might end up just like you. The truth is, I hope she's right. I admire what you're doing, and I do want to be just like you. I want to dare like you. Climb the stairs like you. I even want my hair like you. I just want to say that I do appreciate you. And everything you see. Because when I look at you, it's what I want to be.
To all the sisters out there, we see you. And so do they. Shine different.
All right, I don't know if you guys are having an amazing time like I am, but it is all Black Girl Magic this weekend. And you guys, I'm really excited about our next guest. They don't know that I've been Insta-stalking. I Insta-stalk everybody, y'all. I promise you I do. But we're gonna be talking about how to basically upgrade and scale your business, right? Think about it, you have a business right now, but you wanna turn that business into an empire. So I gotta say thank you to Cream of Nature for powering this segment that we're having. And our guests are going to give you all the game, and that's what this weekend is about, right? Yeah. So I want to introduce first Miss Stephanie Taylor Jackson, who is straight up, y'all, a boss mom, a fashionista. She knows how to put it together. Yes. And you just had a baby.
I did. Little Zoe. She's 8 months old now. 8
months. So she's a mom of 3. So, you know, it's possible if you have kids. And also we have Miss Taryn Newton, who is a mom of 4 boys. Woohoo!
I am so outnumbered.
You are doing it, but you're a vlogger. You talk about everything finance. You share your home life with us. So we're gonna get into that. So real quick, I'll start with Stephanie. Let's talk about your business. We have hundreds of thousands of women watching, and they are trying to figure out, how do I turn something that I love, like you love fashion, how do I turn that into a business and then scale that into an empire? So how did you even get the idea?
So it started honestly with my love of writing, which, you know, I studied journalism in college and always wanted to write for Vogue. You know, I envisioned myself living in New York City, working for Vogue and being a fashion writer, eventually, you know, being an editor-in-chief. But then life happened, right? You know, I got married young, had my family young, and I had to kind of pivot and create something that still fulfilled like my dreams and my goals of, you know, being a fashionista and writing. So that's where the fashion blog came about. And, you know, it's just kind of evolved over time. And it's been really great to see what has come out of, you know, taking that passion for writing and then making it into, you know, a successful blog today.
Okay, so we're gonna drop some gems in a minute, but I wanna know the same thing for you. How did you get your idea of becoming this vlogger and really sharing your life?
Yeah, so I kind of started in style. I was like, I want to start blogging, share myself. So I told my husband, let's take some pictures. And he had no clue what we were doing. And I found that style was not just my jazz. And I wanted to just do more. Mm-hmm. I wanted to share more. I wanted to share my family. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to be on here showing up every day, let me do what I want to do.
Sure.
And so I just evolved it into sharing home, life, family, travel, everything.
So you both have this really great following. And I think that that is the thing of like, what is the key? Is there one thing that you do to grow that following, right? I mean, because some of us are thinking, oh, it's because their pictures are really great. Oh, it's because for some reason, ours doesn't come off like you guys, you know what I mean? So how do you start to build that following? Because there's a lot of ladies out here that don't feel like they can be as successful because maybe they only have 500 followers. But you all had 500 followers at one point.
Right, yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
I know for me, when I first had to find my purpose on this space, and there is space for everybody on this platform. And I just think that you have to tap into it. Everybody needs to hear your story. And so when I was doing what I thought people wanted me to see, and that's when I wasn't successful, but it was when I really figured out what was my purpose and really kind of just became Taryn on the internet. That's when I grew. And I just tell people, take all the fluff out, just show up every day and just be yourself.
Okay, because I do want to hear from you too. We have to touch on that for a second.
Yeah.
That is such an honest answer. We try to portray what we feel the world needs.
Oh,
right.
Absolutely. And I was not successful.
Right. And you can't sustain that because it's not authentic.
Right. No, at the time that I was starting, I was seeing bloggers what looked like very high fashion editorial, and that is not me. And that's nothing against anyone that does that. But everybody needs to hear what your story is because everybody can connect to it. She has different aesthetic than mine. Hers is beautiful. Sure. And I just think that people need to hear Steph's voice and mine. And so I just think it's coming on there. Don't overthink it and just tap into who you are.
Oh, that's so good. So did you deal with the same thing when you were first getting started? Were you trying to be what a blogger is? Were you trying to be a fashionista?
Oh yeah, you're doing the poses, looking down. Everybody goes through it. But I think Taryn touched on some really good topics, and I would say just to add on to it, focus on building a community. It's about, don't get so caught up in the numbers. Be grateful for who's there, and then when you nurture those relationships and build a community with the people that you already have, that's when you grow, because then then people are talking about oh, did you see what Stephanie shared today? Or did you see what Taryn shared today? And then word of mouth, and you continue to evolve and grow. So, focus more on community too is going to really help for sure.
So it's not like there's not really a secret sauce to it. No. It's just the being authentic to who you are and sticking that out pretty much, even through those goals.
Yes.
And showing up for your community.
I love that.
I protect my community at all costs, whether it's I have to turn down partnerships because I don't feel like that's the right fit. And, I just have to stand behind the products that I put down. And so you have to show up for your community 1,000%.
That's good. You touched on partnerships. I know you can't give all the game, right? You got to follow these ladies if you want to get all the game, right? How do you scale that? Because to me, taking something that you do naturally and gaining those partnerships is that course into building that empire.
Oh, of course.
So is there like a nugget that women need to know? Because everybody out there is like, why haven't brands hit me up? Or I've been in the DMs of brands. What is that one thing you can share with the ladies that are watching today to say, if you want future partnerships, this is what I would recommend you start doing? They're like, I'm not about to give away my partnership. No,
like Taryn said, there's space for everyone. I could share all the nuggets and we would still all be successful. Yeah, so I think it's hard to say one thing, but I think, delivering exceptional content, going above and beyond, and being memorable in this space is important because there's so many faces, and you have to, be true to your niche and make sure that you aren't trying to be like somebody else, because a brand might be interested in you for exactly who you are.
Yeah, and earlier you brought that up when you said you can't keep up with it. If we're doing something that is not authentically who we are, that is gonna burn you out quick. Yes. Especially if brands start picking you up and expecting that from you.
Absolutely, and I wanna add to that, the thing is, yes, create quality content for the brands, but I know that for me, when I first started getting partnerships, I was like, I want to take all of it. Well, the problem is that your community really gets tired of when you oversaturate. And so now I've scaled back so many of my partnerships, and I say a lot of no's before I say yeses, because I only want to partner with brands that truly align with me. And I always want to have trust, my community trust me. And so I would say that while you may have money coming in and seeing partnerships come in, but first scale through all those and see which ones truly align with your brand.
That's really important. So let's talk about what went wrong. Besides not being on, okay, she's like, do we have time? Okay, yeah. What are some of the things that went wrong? Because I think that inspires women, because a lot of us hit our head, but we don't always get a chance to see that part of the story. So
I'll start with a few. First, it started with, like she was saying, quality content. I think we all go through blurry picture stage. I think we all just are like have cringeworthy. I have many posts that are on archive because I cannot believe that my husband shot those pictures. So that is number one. And then two, I just honestly will feel like I wanted to make money, and I sometimes put that above my own self. Care. I put that over my branding. And so I would just really say that really get your principles of your business in line so that you are not, and then also a work-life balance. Because you could be wanting to build an empire, but your cup is completely empty. And you can't go out there and make more. You can't be anything to anybody if you are running on empty.
Oh my goodness, that is so good. What about you? What were some of the?
Yeah, I think for me, like being able to ask for help. And, I recently started expanding my team, especially coming back from maternity leave. As soon as I got back, I hadn't hired a management team, and I had just hired my assistant. But I realized very quickly, like, I can't do this. Yeah. And so, in the past, I had done everything on my own. I used to miss emails and would miss opportunities just because I was simply overwhelmed. Sure. So I had to really humble myself and say, like, okay, maybe I need a little bit of help. So yeah, I think, in the past for me, I did mess up and miss a few opportunities just because I wasn't capable of doing it all, and it's okay to ask for help.
Can we just, because that's what we're taught to do, right? Black women feel like we have to be superwoman, and sometimes we're like, well,
superwoman does not exist.
It does not exist.
Right.
Oh my
it does not exist. I have a husband that helps me. I have a team that helps me. I have a village that looks out for me. Like, you cannot do it all and still be running everything. So
yeah.
So would you say that that's an investment you have to make in your business, is creating that team around you? And, because look, you got to pay people to come help you.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be big. And, even if it's just a few hours a week.
Sure.
I think for me in the very beginning, I was very scared of bringing on people because I was worried about how much it would cost. But then when you think about how much time you get back into investing in your business when you have someone who even just takes a little bit off your plate,
right? Yeah,
it makes a huge difference.
Okay, and we also spoke about content. Does everyone have to invest in these expensive cameras, and is that a proper investment? I'm kind of going off of script here, but because look, some of us just have cell phones right now. We're not on the big camera budget.
Majority of my content is cell phones.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, majority of my content now is cell phones. I do shoot with a photographer for major things, but honestly, I feel like once I stop thinking about it, majority of my stuff is iPhones for the win.
Yeah, okay. I'd say 50-50 for me. Depends on who I can get to take the picture.
Right, but that's good to know, especially as a beginner, because I think that's what we do, is we go invest in things that may not be necessary.
And we do it.
Yeah.
Let's get out there and
start scared.
Sometimes we honestly just get ourselves frozen because I need this to start.
Oh my gosh, yes. That is so good. Okay, speaking of finances, let's talk about your financial journey, because you share a lot of gems on your website about finances. Why is that so near and dear to you?
Because I've struggled for so long. How can I not be passionate about it when we struggled, and then to come out on the other side of it? I mean, I feel like when I was in the thick of struggling, and not because partly of our own mistakes.
Sure.
I feel like I owe it to myself. I owe it to my community, because I know when we were in the thick of it, I wish I would have had someone to even know that this is normal and you can get out of it. And so I just want my testimony to be motivation and encouragement and comfort to anybody going through it, that you can come out to the other side. And I didn't grow up just my parents just telling me everything about financial literacy, and so I want to just do that for my community and share that.
That's awesome.
And let also, because we're in a time where everything's about swipe up on Instagram, and I know that I share that, but I want my community to be thriving over doing my swipe ups. So I want people to be having money in the bank over getting an outfit that I'm sharing.
I love that. I love that. Well, I want everybody to follow you guys because y'all are so genuine. I was telling the people behind the scenes, I'm like, I have a lot of stuff I need to ask them. We don't have enough time, but I appreciate your authenticity. I appreciate your honesty, and like I say, your willingness to build community, right? Not just your community, everybody watching, now they're a part of your community. We're all a part of community together, right? So how can people follow you, whether it's your website, your Instagram? I want to make sure that they're tapping in right now and continuing this journey with you.
So you can follow me on StephTaylorJackson.com and at StephTaylorJackson on Instagram.
Yes, and please, y'all, these beauty tips and pics and all, like, she does it. She has a lot of push-through moves. I'm like, girl, you better push through with this outfit. Yes, I absolutely love it. Yes, so make sure you follow her. And how do they keep in contact with you as well?
So I'm just TaraNewton.com, and then I'm also Tara Newton on Instagram.
Yes, and your financial tips, I was getting my whole life when I was like, this is too much, but you simplify it. You break them down.
I want to make it easy for us all to be thriving.
Yes, yes. Well, thank you ladies so much for joining us. And again, make sure you follow these ladies, keep in contact. That is what this entire Black Girl Magic Weekend is all about, staying connected, okay? Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Welcome to your cooking edition for the Black Girl Magic Summit with Boss Women Media. I am your girl, your favorite chef, Chef Amber, and I am here to teach you how to do a sexy, chic, simple brunch at home. So if you're ready, I want you to grab your mimosas because I got mine, and I want you to grab you some amazing ingredients that you probably already have in your kitchen, and we're gonna make a delicious and simple brioche French toast with an amazing turmeric, cinnamon, and ginger apple compote on top. I know you never heard of it, but stay with me and let's get cooking. All right, so we have our ingredients here. It's not that many. I got a beautiful brioche loaf. Have 2 eggs here, a little bit of sugar, brown sugar, and cinnamon. Of course, you already know that's our dunking station. Got my bread knife here, and I'm gonna make some big, large cuts. If we're making a hearty brunch, we don't wanna skimp, you know, if we're treating ourselves, if we're upgrading our brunch experience, we want some thick bread here. You see that? Doesn't that look good? So in here, in my bowl, I have these 2 eggs here. I'm gonna lightly whisk this together till it's all incorporated here. And you can smell that cinnamon. It smells so good. And just so you know, in my pan here, I have a mixture of butter and oil. And that's gonna give us some flavor when we're ready to toast up our French toast. All right, so got that mixed up. We're gonna go in with our hands because we're at home, right? We're at home. So I'm gonna take this bread, we're just gonna dunk it lightly. You see that? Make sure that excess egg is coming off of there. Oh my God, and that thick bread just coats in that egg. And you're gonna take it right here, make sure you get the excess off, and we're gonna dunk it right in the pan, okay? Oh, we hear that sizzle? It smells so good. So good. And we're just gonna keep on dunking our bread and frying them off, and then we're gonna move to our apple and onion compote with a little bit of ginger, turmeric, and cinnamon. All right, so we have our French toast going It's been going for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side, and it's beautiful and golden brown. And we're gonna finish up our other ones, and then we're gonna move to our apple compote. All right, now I'm gonna try to do this trick for y'all because, you know, we family, so I'm gonna flip it. Don't try this at home. Y'all ready? Gonna count down for me? Okay. So we flipped it again. You don't have to try that at home. Get you a handy dandy spatula because we don't want the toast on the floor, sis, okay? So we're gonna let this finish. It's looking really, really good and it's smelling amazing. Our French toast is finally done. So we're gonna let him get right beside this other one here. And guess what? We're gonna use the same pan. I'm not a fan of washing dishes, so ladies, hey, it's just bread. We're gonna put some butter in here. Ooh, that's already sizzling. Great. Then I have my apples and onions here, okay? And I have those chopped up here. We're gonna add these apples right into the butter. Let those start cooking down, let their sugar start to caramelize. And when we get done with this is gonna be an awesome topping to go on top of your French toast. All right, then I have a red onion. Now I know you might be like, onion, but bear with me here. So when you cook down onions, their sugars also come out and they go really well with these apples. But it almost adds like a little savory bite, and that's what brunch is. It's sweet, it's savory. It's gonna be so good, so good. So those apples are already cooking down, smelling great. But no, that's not it. That's not it. I also have some aromatics here. So I have some brown sugar, some ground ginger, some cinnamon, and turmeric. And you know turmeric, it has some healthy properties in it. So not only are we eating good, but we're also feeding our bodies some amazing flavors. Okay, so we're gonna get that tossed around. And then lastly, I'm just gonna add these beautiful crimson raisins. These are so good. Found them at Sprouts, Whole Foods, whatever raisins you wanna use. And these are just gonna plump up, soak up all those juices and just be so good on top of that toast. We are gonna let this go in the pan until those apples are cooked down. And when it's ready, we will have brunch. All right, ladies, we are wrapping up our brunch at home series, and man, these apples smell so good, and I know they smell good in your home. So we're gonna turn off the heat here, because we are done. And if you wanna cook your apples down some more, you definitely can, but I like them just like this. So what I'm gonna do is have my bread here, and I'm just going to put those apples right on top. Make sure you get some of those raisins. We got some apples with some great caramelization on here. This looks so good. Uh-oh, don't worry about that. You know, we're at home. We're at home. So we have our apples on there. So at this point, you can put syrup on top. You can put your iconic powdered sugar. But hey, I got some granola that I'm just gonna put on top of here just to kind of set it off, give it like a little crunch. So we have some texture. Oh my goodness, so good. I know you're gonna enjoy this. I know you're gonna enjoy it. We got some granola there. So that is it, ladies. We have the ultimate, the upgraded version of your French toast with a beautiful apple and onion compote with fresh granola. Now all we need is the mimosas, right? So grab your favorite juice. I have some awesome raspberry lemonade here. Top it off with your favorite champagne. And ladies, I just upgraded your brunch experience. All right, ladies, once again, this is it. Here it is, the final product. I want to thank you once again. My name is Chef Amber. And again, thank you for letting me upgrade your brunch at home experience. Cheers to Black Girl Magic.
Setting money goals takes time and intention. At Capital One, we don't want you to do that alone. Our Money and Life program helps you plan for life's moments, big and small, and identify the right financial behaviors to help you succeed. You can participate in one-on-one mentoring sessions, group workshops, and self-guided exercises. The program is free for customers and non-customers because Capital One believes your financial well-being is important, whether you bank with us or not.
Tanya Valley joined Capital One as a contracted money coach in 2018 and now brings her senior level coaching and consulting experience along with her diverse work experience in her new role of the Future of Money and Life of Mentoring on the Human Experiences team. That sounds like a team I want to be a part of. Previously, Tanya had a television career as a television news reporter, press secretary in the NYC Mayor Michael Bloomberg's administration, Fortune 50 company executive, and public relations business owner, plus a zookeeper. Tanya holds an MBA from Fordham University, graduate of business school, and a Bachelor of Science in Marketing Communication from Fashion Institute of Technology. Tanya is also a certified mindfulness meditation teacher. Tanya is going to be sharing a little bit about midday money mantras with you all today, and I'm super excited to have her a part of the conversation around how we take our mindset to make a little bit of money. Thanks, Tanya, for being with us.
Thank you so much, Marty, and for that very warm welcome. So happy to be with you all today. So as Marty said, I'm Tanya Valle, and I am a money and life mentor for Capital One. Thank you for joining us. So first of all abundance starts first in the mind. Before we can create something, we have to think that it's even a possibility for us. So of course, the last year has been for many of us a transformative and challenging year. And a lot of us are facing worries and concerns and maybe some fears, which is totally understandable. But that being said, we can choose to focus on what we want to. We can choose to focus on bringing more abundance and money into our lives. As Marty said, by enhancing our mindset, we can be open to opportunities that are possible for us. Maybe that means reinventing ourselves, changing careers, pivoting, starting a side gig or hustle, or learning new skills. What we focus on, whether positive or negative, expands. So we're not just making this up. There's actually a lot of research to back up the benefits of mantras or self-affirmations. So researchers say that self-affirmations actually activate the reward systems in the brain, the same areas that light up when we experience other pleasurable things like eating our favorite meal or winning a prize. Self-affirmations can also result in behavior change. So for example, maybe you think you're not good with money. Well, when you start opening up to the possibility that you are or can be good with money, your behavior can match what you think. So since affirmations take advantage of our reward centers or circuits, many studies have shown that these circuits also do things like dampen pain and help us maintain balance in the face of threats. Mantras or self-affirmations also improve problem solving under stress, lower stress and rumination. That's the tendency to think the same thoughts over and over. Self-affirmations also buffer counter beliefs. So for example, if your affirmations or a mantra will be counter to what you originally thought or believed about yourself, that can actually change how you think or believe about yourself. And self-affirmations are stronger when you think about a future orientation versus a past one. So for example, let's say you're someone who identifies as career oriented. When you're asked to think about a time in the future when you will experience career success, that will create more self-affirming brain activity than asking you to think about your career over the past. So let's talk about how to create a money mantra. So first of all, you want to identify an area of challenge or struggle. Let's say you might think it's hard for you to save money when you have the opportunity to do so. Maybe you find debt increasing instead of decreasing, or maybe you think you're an impulsive shopper. Step 2, what's the story you tell yourself? What are the thoughts that you think about yourself? And how does that make you feel? Do you beat yourself up? Do you put yourself down? Thirdly, how do you want to feel? Do you want to feel light, happy, empowered, in control of your finances? Step 4, what beliefs about yourself would support you feeling that way? That you are in control of your money, that you have what it takes to manage your finances. Think about what applies to you personally. Step 5, what do you want to choose to believe about yourself? That you can accomplish anything that you set your mind to, that you are a powerful money manager. Lastly, create a money mantra that empowers and inspires you. I will share mine. Mine is, I am a money magnet. I say this affirmation almost every day in the mornings, but I can't take credit for creating this one. I actually got this mantra out of T. Harv Eker's book, The Millionaire Mind. So for me, this affirmation has made a difference because it's expanded, first of all, my thinking about what's possible for me. And I've seen results in my life where more work opportunities and more cash has actually flowed to me. So here are some examples. Obviously, you want to create one that specifically addresses what you would like to bring more of to your life. You can tie it to your values, family, service, giving. But here again are some examples or mantras to consider. I am an excellent money manager. Saving money honors my values and empowers me for the future. I embrace new avenues of income. I am worthy of all the richness I desire. I am connected to the universal supply of money. Money flows freely to me. I release past money stories. My power is in the now. I release all resistance to attracting money. I am worthy of a positive cash flow. Money and spirituality can coexist in harmony. So to remember to say your money mantra, you have to put it somewhere where you will see it. So it can be your phone's screensaver. You can have Post-it notes on a mirror, laptop, or refrigerator. You can have your money mantra in a journal, and pretty much any area or place that you see on a regular basis. So of course, in order for your money mantra to have an effect, you have to say it. Positive affirmations require regular practice if you want to make lasting, long-term changes to the ways that you think and feel. So to make it easier to remember to say it, tie it to a daily habit. For example, you might say it first thing in the morning, as soon as you get out of bed, or when brushing your teeth, eating, sitting down to work. Maybe you say it right before bedtime, but really you can say it anytime you want to and anytime that feels right for you. So lastly, believe it. Believe your money mantra. I'd like to leave you with a quote from Wayne Dyer. He said, "You will see it when you believe it." Let's continue the conversation by sharing your money mantra in the Boss Women Media Slack channel using hashtag money mantra. I'll look out for your comments and questions and look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Capital One is introducing the next generation to saving and setting financial goals with Money Teen Checking. This checking account gives teens and tweens the tools to learn how to manage their own money while parents have access to the account so they can offer guidance as needed. If you're a parent, you won't want to miss the next segment. We're making it easy for you to raise money-wise kids with an account that provides supervised, hands-on experience.
Hello, boss women. My name is Gloria Gravlin with Capital One, and I'm here today to talk to you about financial well-being. I'm super excited that I'm here with mother, WNBA player, Olympic gold medalist, and the first woman featured on the cover of NBA 2K, Candice Parker. Candice, on behalf of Capital One, I just want to, again, thank you for your time, and excited that we're able to share with the audience a bit about your journey with financial well-being, how you've really thought through your physical, your mental health as a player, but also how you have been on this financial journey and what that means from both a wealth building perspective and also generational wealth. Let's start with, how do you define financial well-being?
Well, first, thank you so much for having me today. I think that these conversations that we should continue to have are super important across the board. So thank you so much for having me today. But, I feel like I'm at my best when, I feel empowered, when I have access. And obviously over time, you've learned throughout generations that hasn't always been there. You haven't always had access and resources and people that you can ask questions to regarding financial well-being, regarding balance, regarding life, regarding how all those things kind of interconnect and intertwine. So I think, I'm at my best in terms of just my financial well-being when it is indeed a balance, and I do have access to find out things that I didn't know before.
Have you always been confident about your finances?
I would say no. Growing up, I didn't live in a household where we talked all that much about finances. And, those are questions that you didn't ask. We didn't have the internet where you could Google almost everything or any question that you had. What I learned mostly was in consumer ed class, and, I think that it's so important to feel comfortable and confident to ask questions. Right. I think that's the misconception within finances is when you don't know something, you almost feel embarrassed. But I've found out that, a lot of times if you just ask, there's people that are willing to help you, and others have asked those same questions.
Were there any small habits that you leveraged to get started?
I have two older brothers, and they're my absolute heroes in life and everything. And those are the two that I really kind of talk to mostly about life, about finances, about those questions that I have. And so, I think growing up, I got confidence from them because they were openly willing to share the mistakes that they made. Because I think people think you're supposed to go through this financial journey and not make any mistakes. But we're doing a disservice to our community, our family, our friends, when we don't share those mistakes or we don't share those bumps in the road. And so I think I haven't always been confident, but one thing I am going to do, and all my friends and family can tell you, I'm going to ask questions. So I think that has been a gift for me in gaining confidence. But I'm interested to hear about you. What about your experience? Growing up, were you always confident financially, or was this somewhat of a journey?
Honestly, it was a journey for me as well. And I think you really hit the nail on the head. Oftentimes as women, and I think particularly Black women, we don't talk to each other about our finances. And that really starts shifting the conversation a bit. We love luxury. We love being able to do things together. But sharing what my paycheck is and what my salary looks like helps my best friend be able to negotiate something better for herself. And some of that I think is about parity and what drives the conversation. On that kind of pulling that same thread, how do you talk to Layla about finances?
I always say it's not a conversation, it's conversations. Mm-hmm. And with that being said, we're kind of in the generation of do as I do, not as I say. And, Layla asks why a lot. Yeah. And I have to have the knowledge and to understand. And honestly, sometimes we sit down and I learn stuff, about when she asks questions about taxes, or when she wants to know about, taxes and charities and things like that. And you learn certain things from explaining to your kid. But honestly, I think the biggest thing that I want, and I try to pass on to Layla, is I want her to have financial freedom. Mm-hmm. And financial freedom doesn't mean doing exactly what you want all the time. Financial freedom comes with sacrifices. And so I think sometimes making her understand, even from like a working mom standpoint of like, I have to go on this business trip. And then when we're on a vacation somewhere, that's the sacrifice we made to be here. Or, you're playing soccer, that comes with a responsibility. It does take finances for you to do this. It is important for her to understand that. So I think for me, that's my biggest thing is I want her to understand that everything comes with a sacrifice, and you have to be willing to make that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a mother also and have a son who's about the same age as Layla. And we started really last year being really deliberate about weekly allowances. And he can choose to spend some, but he's got to also save some and then put some in a bucket for charity. And every quarter we go through and we pick which charities we want to donate to. He does some, we do some, but it really allows us to have that consistent conversation about finances and make sure that he's feeling comfortable with it.
I love that. Yeah, I think that that's so important within our community. And, sometimes when they ask questions, encouraging that, because I think, as long as you have that as a kid and you understand that it's going to be met with a positive response when he, doesn't understand about why, you have to take this. Like Layla did not understand taxes for the longest. So it was, listen, I don't either. Half the time I'm like, all right, let me Google this question. But, it's interesting now to see how interested she is in learning about, just everything and how money, kind of works within our community.
I love that. You spoke a little bit about financial freedom. Why don't we shift gears into generational wealth? So what does generational wealth mean to you?
Generational wealth to me, I think it's twofold. I think it's generational wealth, and I think it's generational knowledge of wealth. Mm-hmm. And by that, I mean just the workings of money, having these conversations around the dinner table, helping your friends or family. But I also feel as though it's leaving the next generation financially better than you were. And by that, I mean, not necessarily in saying that money is everything at all, but meaning that it does help with convenience. And so I think it's very important for us, and especially with me when I'm planning, it's not just me that I'm thinking about, it's my daughter and how this will impact her and her life and whether we're going to be able to make some of the choices that we want. And it talks about sacrifice, right? And, and discipline. So for me, I think it's super important for us to continue to have these conversations, because that's how you empower your children. That's how you allow them to have the opportunities that you may not have had growing up. And so, I think it's very important for us to continue to try to build that, but also talk about it and learn about it.
So you've talked a bit about the concept of sacrifice and recognizing that generational wealth can feel like a really intimidating concept for some people. Outside of making a concerted effort to make those sacrifices, were there any other things that you did to build that generational wealth?
I think it's so important to share. I mean, you talked about earlier sharing with your friends and family so that they can benefit. Right. To me, generational wealth isn't just necessarily on my side. I have 2 brothers, I have nephews, I have nieces, and I want to set them up for success. And with that being said, I think it's, important to continue, to share, share this knowledge about what you've gotten. I mean, I've shared this experience so much with what I'm doing with Capital One, with my family, and it's kind of opened up doors and opened up conversations at the dinner table that we've never had surrounding money. And so I think for a long time, we don't share. And to me, that's not a way to build, generational wealth or generational knowledge.
So I want to maybe go back a little bit and think early in your career as you were graduating college, getting ready to join the WNBA. Were there any other steps that you did at that point, particularly thinking about like the small steps that you might do building towards that generational wealth?
You know, I think that it's interesting when you come into the workforce and, you know, it doesn't matter in terms of your occupation, but you come into it with a different point of view than you're going to have. And so I think you almost have to give yourself grace and understand that you're going to have to grow. You know, this isn't something that everybody starts off being like generational wealth at the start. You know, like sometimes you're just trying to pay your car note or, you know, like, you know, find a house and get settled. Right. So this is something that has been that transition over time where I've kind of switched even the way that I do things in partnerships, just as an athlete. You know, before it was sometimes, you know, maybe it was super important to play the short game in terms of, okay, this benefits me now. But now kind of I'm in the middle of that and kind of transitioning into the mature end of my career. And you're kind of thinking more of the long game and you're thinking, you know, more long-term and how does this set me up? How does this mix with my beliefs and what I want to add to the community? And I think that that's super important in my shift, just within partnerships. From the time I was young in my career to now, it's shifted to, yeah, it's important for me to support things that I believe in, that I, you know, am passionate about. And so I think that that's kind of how it shifted. Have you noticed similar situation with yourself, just in terms of how you started your career versus where you're at now?
Oh, absolutely. It's funny. I remember vividly going through like early orientation. And one of the first things they do is have someone come in and talk to you about 401k. And I took it home and I called my parents and I was like, hey, what should I do? And my mom was like, take whatever free money they have on the table, put in what you need to match. And as you start growing and getting more comfortable financially, then add a couple percent. And as soon as you possibly can, max it out. And so that was always a really early goal for me, to max out my 401k every year and really start building that nest egg, and then start getting into stocks and bonds and thinking a bit more broadly about like what that mix looks like. But you're right. It's kind of those early steps that give you a good foundation. But I think there's also this bit that if you haven't started yet, it's not too late. And making sure that like, even if you've not got that nest egg yet, just start saving little bits at a time, make sure that you're invested in your 401k, and you can start seeing that grow. And it's so motivating to see the ability like to build that up.
And it's so motivating, but with what you just said, you asked a question, you leaned on others. And so I think it's so important to continue to have these conversations, because you don't know what you don't know. And, you know, by understanding that, we are shy to raise our hand in class, but we're also shy to raise our hand once we get to the business world, because we're scared of how someone might perceive that, or we should know this and we don't, but then you go throughout your entire career and don't. So I think it's so important in saying that, you know, nobody got to the top without some assistance or some help or some mentor. So I think those are conversations that we have to continue to have.
Yeah. So I would love to talk a little bit more about the partnerships that you mentioned that you've had in the past. Let's kind of dig into your Capital One partnership. How have you leveraged your Capital One partnership to inspire others to take a bit more control of their finances?
Well, it's been an amazing journey for me, because these are conversations that I want to continue to have within the community, within my family. Capital One, we've teamed up and hosted virtual events at Capital One cafes. And it's been basically surrounding money, surrounding relationships, surrounding mental health, surrounding that balance. You know, we've talked to a variety of people with different occupations, parents, career-oriented individuals. And we found that we have to be willing and open to share and to have these, and to be able to provide the resources for a lot of different people. And so I think in having those conversations, just as a mom, just as an athlete, just as an analyst, all of those things, it's a balance. And when you're good, mentally, when you're good physically, and when you're good financially and relationship wise, I feel like all of those things impact the others. And so that's what we've kind of teamed up to do these last couple months. And I've learned a lot. I'll tell you that.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Candice. This has been an absolutely inspiring conversation, and I'm hoping that some of the nuggets that you've shared and that we've chatted through will really help some of our other boss women think about how they're managing their finances and taking those small steps towards building their own wealth.
Thank you so very much for having me today. I've enjoyed this conversation, and everyone that's a boss woman, like I know you are, lean into the uncomfortable, because it's the uncomfortable that's going to make you grow and it's going to make you better.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Candice.
No problem.
Last year, Capital One launched Impact Initiative to help foster a world where everyone has an equal opportunity to prosper. It's fueled by an initial $200 million multi-year commitment in community grants to catalyze economic growth in low and moderate income communities. In the next session, we're going deep on how philanthropy can be a form of justice and how Capital One is leading the way for financial institutions. You'll hear from one of Capital One's boss women who leads this important work for our community.
Hi, I'm Marty McDonald, CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. I'm super excited to be here today to discuss the power of impact as Black women have on creating change in our community with none other than Capital One's Senior Director of Community Impact and Investing, Alita Stampley. Alita, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. But before you do that, I want to say you were incredible last year on Black Girl Magic. For all of our OG Black Girl Magic listeners out there, I'm sure you experienced Alita, and she did amazing. To all of our new Black Girl Magic toonies, and I cannot wait for you to experience this conversation. So thank you so much for being with us.
Are you kidding? I am so excited to be here, Marty. It is good to see you. It's good to see your face without a mask, to see you on Zoom. You are beautiful, even more beautiful in person than you are on Zoom.
Thank you.
Congratulations on an amazing second, right? Black Girl Magic Summit, even bigger and better than last year.
Yes.
And having Capital One back.
Yes.
We appreciate that.
Thank you. So Alita, tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
I was born and raised in Kansas City. I am the daughter of Gladys and Herbert, who are 87 and 82. I'm the sister of 7 and a mother of 5. And I've spent the last 5 years at Capital One working with a team of people who are all about enabling greatness in others. Our team is called the Community Impact and Investing Team, and our mission is to connect our resources, our time, our talented associates, even our voice, and our funding to partners who are solving social issues at their root cause. It's not a bad job.
Listen, it sounds like an amazing job. So let's get started in today's convo. A report by W. Kellogg Foundation found that given African Americans are growing at a faster rate with their aggregate income and wealth like never before. What should we be considering when organizations are taking investments into other organizations during this type of time and season?
Yeah, COVID definitely evolved where organizations are right now. So when you're looking to invest in a nonprofit, you want to find organizations that are actually kind of solving problems, or at least I'll tell you how Capital One approaches it. At Capital One, we look for real problem solvers, partners who begin with the end in mind, groups who are trying to put issues facing our community out of business for good.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You know, Marty, these groups tend to be, are successful when they focus on a couple different aspects of their work. First, they have to be data driven. Mm-hmm. They have to be looking at the why something is happening, whatever the social issue is, and they have to look at it from every single angle. Yeah. It's the way that you apply the right medicine or intervention into society. They also need to be outcomes driven. So if you're looking to invest in a nonprofit, if Capital One's looking to invest in a nonprofit, we want to pay attention to what's going to happen to the people that they're working with, what's going to happen to the issue that they're trying to solve, that they begin with the end in mind. And the other thing I think we've all kind of moved away from is activity over outcomes. So starting to measure how many people attend, we used to measure, I should say, how many people attended an event.
Mm-hmm.
So how many people attended our financial education webinar. Now we're asking some deeper questions of our partners, which is what happened to the people that attended that webinar? Did they get an emergency savings? Did their credit get better? Did they get the job that would take them and remove generational poverty from their family for good? Those are the kinds of questions I think we're asking today that are different than others. And then one last thing, because we're in the middle of COVID or evolving from COVID or coming from wherever it's left us, we're looking for groups that are adaptable.
Mm-hmm.
So who made the pivot in COVID, who flexed, and who changed their model or had to change their model to meet people where they are today. There might be more people in the space that they were working in. They may need a different intervention. Come and tell us about that. Those are the questions that all of us should ask as we're investing in the nonprofit community today, or I should say partnering with them today.
Yeah, no, that's amazing.
One of the partners that we worked with in the last few years, and especially during COVID, is a group that upskills and reskills women, getting them ready for jobs in the construction industry. You know, and I still get a little misty when I think about the graduation that they have, because the women talked about moving from an hourly job that was keeping their families in the struggle and into a space where they were now earning, in some cases, 6 figures and ready to buy their first home. And it happened in a short period of time. That organization was definitely relevant. They're definitely paying attention to where COVID has left us. And construction jobs happen to be in that particular area growing. So it became like the perfect storm, so to speak, where COVID had happened. We had a group of people who needed a job. We had an organization that reskilled and upskilled them and got them ready for that position. And now it's booming. And now there's a group of women who would have never otherwise had that opportunity, having 6-figure jobs and changing their lives.
Wow. I mean, you just think about the impact that that makes, and just the education, the resources, and the calls. You're working in purpose. When you operate in purpose and you're able to help communities change for the front, it changes generations to come.
It does. I think the other thing that, as you talk about that, the fact that we're here together, thinking about nonprofits and corporations being collaborative, right? Yeah. Our problem is your problem, it's our problem, kind of accountably together. You know, Marty, we're also looking for groups that do what I'm going to call collaborative friend raising. They're partnering with the corporate community and policymakers and community leaders and nonprofits to create a recipe and a solid plan for how to attack whatever the issue is in the community. In other words, they're solving in context because they know how they fit in the broader space. And it's actually kind of a red flag for me if a collaborative space doesn't include the people that we're trying to help in an equal way. So creating a solution for someone doesn't really work for us, but designing with them, with the demographic, with the identity group, right there at the table, as equal partners, equally yoked and equally accountable really matters. One of our partners in New York actually pays low-income New Yorkers to join the table with them as partners. So you have an MIT technologist with a low-income single mom, same table, peered, working on the same problem. And it's beautiful because it not only gets real, but it gets it right, kind of at the same time. They come out with the right solutions. And then the last thing I'd say probably for organizations, and we talked about this a little bit, is to make sure that they're adapting. Yep. So COVID has an aftermath, it has a tail. It's going to require all of us to re-examine our work. And it's not just COVID and the pandemic. George Floyd, 2020 just left us all in different places. And finally, we're looking for someone who could take advantage of our whole. So we have 50,000 plus associates who sit in a company whose culture is all about doing good for other people. And we ask them as employees and associates and teammates to bring their whole selves to work. So we want to make sure that they're bringing their whole selves to the communities where they live and work. And we want them to partner with you in that way. We want partners to bring us in and let us be accountable stakeholders in what they're doing. Not separate, not enabling, not from the side, but actually sitting at the table with you, getting our hands dirty.
That's amazing, Alita. That's amazing. The work is amazing. I know personally I've been impacted by the work that Capital One is doing, how Capital One is not just backing who Boss Women Media is, but they're backing Black women. That sends a huge message to not only our community, but to communities beyond us, to generations before us, to generations after my generation. So I think that the initiative, the impact, and the investment that you all are making is incredible.
Oh, and we're making it in the right people with the right organizations. Again, this is getting so huge. I'm so proud to be a part of it again.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us a little something. As a small business owner, what does philanthropy look like for your business?
You know, philanthropy is twofold for me, right? There's a personal side of philanthropy for me, and there's a business side. Last year, Capital One invested in over $50,000 to help other small business owners. It is my obligation to lift as I rise. It is my obligation to not only be in the forefront and march for other women and be a voice for other women, but to bring them along and give them the same resources that someone is bringing and giving to me. And so that pitch competition has made a tremendous impact on our community and our messaging. I spoke to the winner of last year's pitch competition a couple of weeks ago, and I asked her, how's it going? How has this $25,000 that you won, how's it changed? She was like, it gave me confidence. This money gave me confidence to go get more money. It's not about volume all the time. It's about impact. And the impact of her being able to know that her voice, her product, and the solution that she was bringing to the table mattered. Then she had the confidence to then in return go get more, right? And create more impact, more educational tools, because her product is an educational tool for children so that they can virtually learn, but they see brown people who look like them that are animated learning as well. And so I just thought it was so cool to hear her in that moment. But then personally, philanthropy means for me, you know, earlier today we had a conversation with Yara Shahidi, right? And I was able to bring 5 girls from high school and college along to that conversation. They could ask Yara questions, and I just thought that was so cool because I wasn't exposed to that when I was their age. If I had have been, what could have changed for me? I'm a new mom, I have a 6-month-old. And so for me, my philanthropy is not only making sure that she is good, but the generation before her is good so that they in return will invest in her. That's how we're going to make changes in our community. And as a small business owner, I know it is pivotal of me being a communicator of and advocating for Black women in conversations and giving them tools and resources. It comes full circle for me. And so for you, Alita, you're creating change for my generation. I'll be able to create change for the next generation. That next generation will be able to create change for my daughter.
You're right. She's living in the legacy that you're leaving behind, that we're leaving behind, right?
Yes.
For her, for my daughter and daughters,
yes,
and 3 sons as well.
Yes. So not only when we think about, you know, leaving generations behind, but we think about companies that are giving back, right? We talked about the pitch competition. We talked about the, you know, partnership with Boss Women Media and Capital One. So for Capital One specifically, and for other companies, how can they give back to communities of color?
So I would say be intentional. Mm-hmm. And corporations, all of us really have to agree to work beyond the surface to address both the symptom and the ills facing communities of color. We have to solve for what's happening and why it's happening all at the same time. Last year, Capital One made a commitment, and when I say that, a commitment in all caps, to invest $200 million and as much of our volunteer talent as possible over the next 5 years. The commitment directly addresses the issues faced by communities of color, from access to quality affordable housing, ownership and rental included, options to support new and existing small business owners like yourself, persons of color, and to help and like our previous example, help with job attainment.
Yeah.
Not just any job, by the way, but jobs that are growing, that are paying wages, and that break generational poverty for families and family after family. My favorite part of this story, however, is that a portion of those resources and those funds that we just talked about are going to be used to support organizations that are removing barriers to racial equity. You know, the why we have this problem in the first place kind of partners. These partners operate at the system level to make change, looking at everything from policy to narrative and the things that are affecting our communities. They include the Obama Foundations, My Brother's Keeper, Equal Justice Initiative, National Urban League, and Black Economic Alliance. Their powerful practices, along with our investment and partnership, are also focused on creating wealth and asset building in the Black community. These are keys to racial equity and one of the fastest ways, right, to break that barrier. By the way, they know and we know investing in small businesses like yours creates a virtuous cycle, right, particularly for women of color.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
So Marty, I've enjoyed volunteering. I tend to work with education organizations. That's where I serve in any capacity that they would allow, whether it's being a mentor, reading to kids, or being a board member. That's my lane. That's where I stay. Education's been a trigger for my family growing up. It's an investment that my parents made in me, so I know firsthand its power. Where do you spend your time? What do you work on? How are you volunteering and giving back?
Yeah, you know, so when I think about volunteering and giving back, I've been a part of so many different organizations across, you know, my adulthood span. I'm in a sorority, Delta Sigma Theta, where we definitely know the value of volunteering and volunteerism. But recently, where I've really spent my time is on the next generation. I spend my time mentoring. I spend my time uplifting, empowering. Right now we have our goddaughter who's in town who is just shadowing and listening to conversations that we're having like this right now. That's my volunteerism, right? It's exposure. It just changes the trajectory of everything, right? And I just know how important the investment is. You see, it's so interesting, post George Floyd, everyone talks about the racial equity and the racial barriers and the racial injustices of it all, right? But what, you know, we have to go back to the conversation. The conversation is from the ages of a baby being born, from infancy to 3 years old, those are the most important and critical ages. What are we putting into our next generation? What are we putting into our children? What are we exposing them to, and what access to education do they have? Up until 5th grade, that if you're a child, up until 5th grade changes the trajectory of how you learn, how you read, how you adapt to mathematics skills, scientific skills. To me, that is so important. So the issues at hand have to start there. How are we investing into the public school system? How are we investing into educational system? What are we exposing our children to? To me, that's a part of this discussion. That's a part of the work that needs to happen. And that's how we're going to ultimately break a lot of these curses and barriers that have happened from generation until generation. And then really, you know, I recently wrote a children's book. And so the children's book, and when I think about volunteerism, and I think about equity, and I think about just teaching, right? Our baby was, you know, unfortunately born with a disease called CDH, and we were in the NICU for 35 days. And so what I learned there in the NICU, it taught me, number one, how to be a parent. I don't think I was equipped. I don't think I knew what I was going into. I don't think that I understood what motherhood was like until after my baby was birthed. And we had this NICU experience that was very interesting. We looked around and we didn't see a lot of parents in the NICU. Actually, me and my husband spent the night with her every night. We never left her side during the day. One of us was always there. But what I noticed is that unfortunately, some babies, and specifically babies of color, didn't have parents up there. and were not necessarily equipped. So that could have meant that their parents were at work and had jobs that they couldn't leave, or work was not as flexible, right? I think that that's all a part of this equitable society that we're trying to create. So I wrote a book that was an affirmation book, so that if your parent cannot physically be there, I'm gifting it to to nurses to read to babies in the NICU, so that they can affirm these children at the age right now, so that they know that they're not alone and that they are enough. And I think it's important for that to be a part of the conversation, right? It starts now. It starts with babies. It starts with children. All about investing. That's where the investment has to lie.
You picked up a couple really important threads there. Not only is your goddaughter here actually getting to see this work, so you're doing this amazing exposure piece. You took something that happened to you personally, which, like I told you about education being a trigger for me, and now you're turning that into something that will work for others who are going through that. The other piece that, and you know this because we're here today, that I've been working on or trying to get involved in is also in mental health. And so I'm having a bit of a struggle today because today is my husband's birthday, and he passed away 2 years ago.
Yes,
and
I'm so sorry.
But listening to you, you're helping me get a little more, I guess, activated and inspired that maybe I can turn this grief and maybe I can turn this into a help for other people going into spaces like this. But what you said was really important, because the things that helped us and propelled us along are a way to reach back and help others. So I really just, again, appreciate hearing your story and you sharing that work.
And you know, it's interesting because the story of us being in the NICU, I have to remember it was not about me. It was about the next person that I was going to share, number one, God with, and that I was going to share a resource with. And so often when we're grieving, we think it's about us, but it's actually about the next person that you're going to empower, that you're going to inspire, and that you're going to help through. And I know that you have the strength to do that because you're equipped with the right tools. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, working through it. We'll see. He's our fuel right now. That's what we're going to say.
Yes, yes. So what's been the correlation between philanthropy and justice for you?
You know, we talked about this before, and I want people to know that philanthropy alone is not justice. So they're correlated. I won't deny. I would call philanthropy like the catalytic sister of justice. And here's what I mean by that. Philanthropic investments of hearts and hands, financial resources, advocacy resources, put into a program and into the right nonprofit, create and shed light on injustices. They actually give us a chance to show off a best practice and actually find something to actually be done to correct it. In some places, it even helps to scale, right? So where we think we can't get something done because there's too many people or they're affected by it, philanthropy can come in and fix things at scale. It's actually happening right now if you think about recent investments in workforce partnerships and HBCUs. They are literally and finally recalibrating the BAU, business as usual navigation system of HR corporate departments everywhere, and showing them where to find diverse and highly capable pools of talent. Philanthropy is doing that. It's a flashlight and can for sure show us the way. So yes, they're correlated, but philanthropy is just one part of a powerful recipe for justice, and we can't rely on it alone. A bad policy, when we're not paying attention to it, can sometimes erase great philanthropy efforts and definitely limits it. Many of the organizations we're working with today are different than the ones that I started with in my career. They actually have created advocacy platforms. They are fully aware and engaged with the policies that affect positively and negatively the issues that they're trying to solve. And they're educating and creating new advocates beyond themselves so that they have power in those spaces. So again, philanthropy is correlated to justice, but it's a part of a much bigger recipe.
Listen, thank you so much, Alita, for being with us. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Continue investing in communities of color. Your work is powerful, and we are with you and rallying around you, my sister, as you go on into the next space of your life, as you heal from this, and the impact that you're going to make with every season that comes to you. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, too.
You're more than an account number to Capital One. We're here to support your mental and financial well-being through products like CreditWise, which helps you understand and monitor your credit score, and Eno, your Capital One assistant that looks out for you and your money and lets you know if it spots unusual or unexpected charges on your credit card account. Learn more about how we invest in our customers' well-being on our Learn and Grow website below. Now, enjoy this wellness moment brought to you by Capital One.
Hey everyone, I'm Ariel Tyson, here to bring you your wellness moment sponsored by Capital One. I am a group fitness instructor and work in corporate America like many of you. And if you're anything like me, you're constantly going from one place to the next, adding things to your to-do list, and then multitasking to get things done, trying to be 3,000 places at once, sometimes burning the candle at both ends. And I think we do that, or I do that subconsciously, because there's a fear in silence, in stillness, and in intentionality. What will we learn about ourselves when we aren't scrolling? When we aren't doing things for others and not doing them for ourselves? When we aren't talking? So, I've got a proposition for you. Let's try something a little bit different here, and don't roll your eyes. For the next few minutes, let's ignore the phone notifications, the family members or roommates in the background, the email notifications, and just focus on ourselves. Because you deserve this. You deserve this time. We're gonna start with some breathing, go into some stretches, and then close out with some movement. So find a comfortable place. We're gonna start by standing, or if you'd like to sit, you're more than welcome to. You're gonna have your chest proud, shoulders are back, hands relaxed with palms facing forward. You're gonna place one hand on your stomach, the other hand across your chest. We're gonna take some deep breaths in through our nose, and then exhale out through the mouth. We're gonna do that a couple times here. We're gonna breathe in some hope. Exhale out some doubt. Breathe in some gratitude for this moment, just for you. Breathe out any bitterness or resentment that you may be carrying. We're gonna do that one more time, because oftentimes we carry an unspoken weight of things we wish we could have said or would have done, and that builds up and we carry it with our bodies. So we're gonna take one more breath in of gratitude, and breathe out and let anything that you're holding on to go. Now keep breathing on your own, taking those deep breaths in and out. Push away any of the voices that you hear coming at you with your to-do lists and priorities, the negative self-talk telling you that you can't afford to take this time out just for you, and just breathe. All right. We're going to take one more deep breath in, take in all the goodness, all the collective magic around us, and then exhale out the weight of any other expectations. Okay, guys, we're ready to move. Slowly, we're gonna ease into some movement here. We're gonna start with just some neck rolls, so a little bit of stretching, bringing your left ear to your left shoulder, roll your head back, keep going around. Gonna get in 3 shoulder rolls on the left, and then we're gonna go 3 shoulder rolls, or excuse me, neck rolls to the right. We carry so much tension in our neck and our shoulders just from our day-to-day movements. So now we're gonna loosen up our shoulders a little bit, taking your shoulders up to your ears and then rolling them back. We're gonna keep doing that, up and back. Nice. Now bring them the other way, bringing them back and up. Perfect. Just keep doing that. Keep breathing here. Now we're gonna take it down to the ground. So we're gonna drop our chin down. We're gonna roll down vertebrae by vertebrae, slowly rolling down. Make sure that you're still breathing here. You can have a slight bend in those legs so you feel it in your hamstrings. Just let your arms hang long. You can swing side to side. Make sure you're still breathing here. All right, now we're going to go into some ab work, which is my favorite. Taking up the movement one more notch, but not too much, I promise. We're gonna come down to a plank position. So you're gonna plant your hands down, step your feet out. You can also jump your feet out. And we're just gonna hold a plank here for a minute. You wanna make sure that your shoulders are over your wrists, your butt is down, back is flat. If someone were to come and set a glass on your back, it wouldn't move, it wouldn't fall over. Keep breathing here through the discomfort. There's something about being in a plank and feeling all of those muscles working, and you're pushing through that discomfort, but you're stronger because of it. So we're gonna take it up one more notch and go into some mountain climbers. Now for the mountain climbers, I want you to bring opposite knee to opposite elbow and place that foot back down. We're gonna start nice and slow, like so, and then we're gonna pick it up. We're gonna do 20 mountain climbers. You can do this, let's join. Keep breathing through this. All right, now that we've done those mountain climbers, we're gonna hold that plank for 1 second longer here. And we're gonna move on to a side plank. So for me, I am going to roll over on my left hand. You can also take this as a forearm plank, like so. You wanna make sure that your legs are stacked on top of each other. A modification here would be to bend one leg and keep the other leg straight. We're gonna hold this side plank for 30 seconds. This is gonna strengthen your obliques, which is the muscle that's running right here vertically on your abs. Gives you that nice little cut for that summer body. Make sure that you are still breathing here. Hold this movement. Now we're gonna switch to the other side. You're probably starting to feel this a little bit more in your abs. Pop on up. We can do this, guys. Keep breathing. Enjoy the stillness and the breath. We're coming down to the final stretch of these side planks, and then we're gonna go into some glute work. All right, so you're gonna lower down to the ground. We're gonna do some clamshells, which are great for your outer glutes. You're gonna start with your legs bent like so, and you're just opening your legs up and then closing them back. We're going to do 10 with this left leg up, and then switch and do 10 on the other side. So we're gonna start just open, nice and slow, controlling that movement. This is the simplest movement, but what I oftentimes find is people rush through it and they don't feel it as much as they could. So take your time, opening and closing. And you know, again, not to have a metaphor for these exercise movements, but when you think about doing clamshells, as I was saying, oftentimes people rush through them just like we rush through our days, and they're not present, they're not there. We're gonna switch to the other side. But when we're slow and we are intentional about the movement, we really feel the benefits of it. Think about how much more you could enjoy your kids' soccer practices if you just realized how grateful you are for being there in that moment, or that happy hour with friends. How much more present you would be if you weren't thinking about all of the to-do lists that you had to get done for the rest of the day. So really just take your time here, opening and closing. We're gonna roll over to our knees to do some kicks before we finish with some arm work. All right, so we're gonna roll over into quadruped. So your body is going to be tabletop. Again, making sure that that core is tight, shoulders are over your wrists. We're gonna flex our right foot up, and we're just gonna push it up like we are pushing, we're fighting against that glass ceiling. We're gonna keep pushing. We're gonna do 10 on the right, and then switch, and we'll do 10 on the left. Make sure you're still breathing here. And all of this is something that you could really do to start your day or even finish it. You get a little bit of stretching in the beginning, some breath work, a little bit of movement. All right, we're gonna go ahead and switch to the other side. Setting aside that time for you is so imperative to just your own self-care. Keep going. Almost done. All right, we're gonna finish with my favorite, which is arms, because who doesn't want those Michelle Obama arms? So you're gonna extend your arms like so. You can take this on your knees, you can take it in your chair, and we're just gonna do arm circles, and I'm gonna talk. And you're eventually gonna start to feel the burn in those arm circles. You can start by making them nice and big, but as I keep talking, they're gonna get smaller and smaller. You're just bringing your arms forward like so. You wanna get that little cut, the deltoids going. Keep going. You know, one of the great things about a summit like the Black Girl Magic Summit is just an opportunity to harness our own collective energy, to bring all of that power together, to learn so much from these amazing, amazing women. So make sure that, you know, you follow along, you go to all of the different sessions, follow some of the people here, and just really take the time to reflect back after going to these sessions. We're gonna take our arms back and think about, what little nugget did I get out of this that applies to my life? What more can I do with this information in my day-to-day? And I promise you, you will have some good insights. I know I did last year. So we're keeping, is anyone starting to feel it a little bit in their shoulders? Good. Keep going. And you know, the thing about these arm workouts is a lot of people say, you know, you need weights. You don't need weights. You have all that you need to get that additional burn in. A couple more seconds here. Looking great. I can't see you, but I know you're still moving. And if you're not, now's the time to pick those arms back up and keep moving here. All right, and we rest. So that was your wellness moment, sponsored by Capital One. Remember, we are our ancestors' wildest dreams, and you are truly magic.
Well, you guys, we could not have this amazing event, Black Girl Magic 2021, without talking to the founder, the visionary of this entire event of Boss Women Media, Miss Marty McDonald. I act like I don't even know your name. I'll say Marty, Lord Jesus. Marty is my friend, you guys. I want to say something before I start asking you questions, and I say this all the time, but I do mean this sincerely. You embody Black girl magic. Like, seriously, you embody being a boss. And that's no exaggeration. I tell her this all the time. You see so many people on Instagram with the hashtag, right? And sometimes you meet them and they may be a little mean girlish, you know, or whatever, or it may not be what you see. Like, literally, Marty, you have this vision to empower Black women. And I have seen you blood, sweat, and tears. I've seen you at night crying. I've seen you, like, literally be that determined to make this vision come to life. And it's not for yourself, it's for other women.
Yes.
So I just want to say thank you, and I want you all to know that you tuned in to the most sincere vision that you possibly could have ever. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Jade.
It really does mean a lot, especially in today's society, you know.
Yes.
So I do want to start from the beginning. One of the questions I've been asking most of the ladies during me moderating is, who are you? So let's start from the beginning, because we see you as this boss now, but where are you from? How did Marty grow up? You know, let's talk a little bit about that, and then we'll kind of get into boss and Black girl magic.
I am a Southern gal.
Yes,
I'm from Tennessee. I wouldn't say small town now. It's like a suburb now. I'm from Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Okay, that's small because nobody knows. No,
it's a suburb of Nashville. Okay. I grew up as a biracial kid in a city that didn't have biracial families except for one other family, with a white dad, a black mom who was ashamed they got pregnant by a white man in the 80s. I grew up to be determined to win, to desire more. That is the root of who I am.
And you've been like that since a little girl, right?
Since I popped out of my mama's womb. Okay. I feel like that was just who I was, who I am. But at heart, I'm a connector. At heart, I'm a teacher. As a kid, I would like get my little brother and sister and put them in a room, and I would stand at the board, and I was the teacher.
Oh, of course.
And they were the students.
I wouldn't see it no other way. Yes.
I'm an encourager. I'm a motivator. But most importantly, I want our culture and community to win, because I simply know what it means to come from nothing and build something. And our story of resiliency is just one that no other race could even understand. When you've been given crumbs and you've made cornbread with not all of the ingredients.
Sure.
And so that's who I am. You know, over the years I've evolved, right? But who I am at core is the same person. I want my friends to win. I've always been the voice for my friends, for my family. I still continue to be that. I use my power for good, and I've had to adapt to figure out how to do that. But I just want people to win.
Yeah, you use this word resilient. My goodness. You definitely are. We have about 80,000 plus new women joining today. Last year when we did Black Girl Magic, it was about 20,000 plus women. Now we have over 100,000 women watching. So a lot of women don't know, where did boss come from? Because you were a corporate queen, right? You were making really good money. Like, who walks away from really, really great? I'm talking 6 figures, ladies. Like, it was no, you know, you were making good money, but you had a vision.
I want to even start here, like, even in terms of that, right? Like, sometimes we identify the value of money, of what you're making in terms of happiness, and that is not the truth. Actually, that is a myth that society tells you, that once you land at this space and this place at this salary, that all of your problems go away. I grew up impoverished. I grew up knowing what it felt like to go to bed hungry. I grew up fighting for my life in some spaces and places. So where I came from, for me to even say that I was a corporate queen, almost feels like, how did she make it? How did she make it out of the hood, right?
Right.
And so I've always been smart. I've always kind of just had the right people come into my life at the right time. That's so important. Community is so important. And so when I graduated college, I went to college for interior design and architecture. When I graduated college, I worked at a design firm. I landed like this dream job. But then I fell in love with this little dude who's now my husband. And so we moved to Dallas. And I left that job. We moved to Dallas, no family, no friends, nothing here. So I had to navigate this world of corporate at times where I could not find one person that identified to me or looked like me, or I couldn't see my possibility. And so the desires that I had was based off of money. I just never wanted to be broke again, because I knew what it felt like to be hungry. I did not want to be in that place again. And so I navigated this landscape of these systems that were not designed for us blindly. And I just happened to land at the right place at the right time because of my ambiguous look that got me in spaces that sometimes other Black women may not have been able to be in. And I realize that's my privilege, right?
I don't want to stop you, but it's important to acknowledge that, because I think a lot of, I'm biracial just like you, but we're Black women. And I think that a lot of times we don't want to acknowledge that there is a privilege, or can be a privilege, based on the way we look, the skin tone, the skin complexion, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's very important for a lot of women out there to hear that you're willing to acknowledge that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what her ethnicity is, so she might not be a threat, right, to our system. Sure. But listen, but when I open my mouth,
Lord, they had no clue, right? They had no clue what was on the inside.
And when I start talking about this and that for Black people and how we need to do these changes, but so that's really my foundation, right? And then I got really lucky and I landed some really great opportunities, but I was always the only one. And so because I was always the only one, there can be something that is interesting that happens inside of you questioning your worth, your value. When you see every other white woman that's getting promoted, that's getting elevated, but that's not you. That's not your story. That's your pedigree isn't their pedigree, right? And so do you believe that you're not enough, that you're not good enough? And how do you find your voice? And I had to quickly armor myself down in a constant with affirmations and prayer and believing in what I had to bring to the table.
So I do want to touch on that, because we've all dealt with imposter syndrome. So that is how you got through that. And we're talking about while you were in corporate America. Yeah. I think that we deal with it in all facets and all steps and stages of our life. So it was the affirmations and the prayer that pushed you past this possible imposter syndrome, or feeling alone, and being the only one that looked like you at the table or had your beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I don't think that I leaned into it enough, to be honest. Sometimes I thought my own ability was enough, and now I know that that's not the case. Through being an entrepreneur, you ain't got nothing but faith sometimes. But yes, and so it really wasn't until I was in my last corporate environment that I really just felt like I just wasn't good enough, because everyone around me had come from Wharton Business School, like these top business schools, and that wasn't my story. I didn't go to a top business school, right? Although I have my MBA, I didn't go to a top business school. Right. And so I think for me, it was a lot of it was white men not seeing me. And it brought
choosing not to see you.
Right. And it brought up a lot of triggers from childhood.
Oh, wow.
Of did my dad see me, right? Did my mom got pregnant by this white man and she was ashamed of it. Did he see me? So those were triggers, right? And so I constantly felt like I wasn't smart enough. And if you work in corporate America, the biggest compliment that you can get is that you are smart.
Oh, wow.
It's not you're pretty. It's like, oh no, but Marty is smart. Like, and that is your biggest compliment. And so I didn't feel like I was smart enough. So I was sitting there feeling stuck. And I just knew other women had this same feeling. And so, in long story short, what I did was I went to this conference. When I went into the conference was not necessarily created for Black women, but when I walked into the space of the conference, it exuded everything that I wanted to create for Black women who was feeling this same emotion and really like mental emotion too that corporate America could bring on you, and just any space could bring on you as adulthood. I walked into this space and I was like, I'm gonna create this. And so that I kept that in the back of my mind. And so I was working in corporate America, and at night I would go home and like,
of course,
grind on this. And so like, it was so interesting. People would be like, oh, let's go to brunch. Nope, I would be working. I remember I sent Hillary Clinton an email, and I was like,
well-behaved women rarely make history. Marty, go ahead.
I was like, Hillary, I'm having a brunch.
Not Hillary.
Hillary, you want to be the next president? I'm having a brunch. Come speak to these Black women. Like, I was doing stuff like that, and I just was really bold and courageous. And I just kept grinding, doing that. And I didn't really socialize or have a social life. I was just so focused on, I got to create a tool for my people. I got to make a space for the women who are still in those spaces, because they're still there, right? And they're still there today. I got to find something more for them. And so from that is really how Boss Women Media came. Formerly Boss Women Who Brunch. So these pillows here say Boss Women Who Brunch on it.
I remember.
Because I want to always remember what my beginnings were. And so it was Boss Women Who Brunch was the beginning. And I remember having my first event. I had it at Neiman Marcus Cafe. I had 25 women come. Half of the women in the room, girl, I didn't even know. I was like, who are these women? I put it on Eventbrite. I had my mentor come speak. And afterwards, it was such an energy of connectivity. I was like, this is it.
Yeah.
And so from there, I just continued to like do these events here and there.
Okay, I have to stop you.
Yes.
Because you're a wealth of information. I want to continue to remind every woman that's out there that is looking at their Instagram page, that is looking at their following, that threw an event and there were 9 women, 25 women, 30 women that showed up. That these are the stories they need to hear, right? This is where you started. We're talking about over 100,000 women that are now attending Black Girl Magic 2021, but you started with 25. So many of us will get 25 and say, oh, well, maybe this is a sign that I shouldn't do it. Like, you literally, you didn't care if it were 2 women you didn't know. You were like, okay, this is it. And I love that determination inside of you. You really are determined to succeed. And it's all about how we, like, how do we process? You processed 25, and now you have literally manifested and spoken over 100,000 into fruition. But I do want people to really take heed to that. There were 25 people at her first event.
Yes.
25 people.
Yep.
That is amazing.
Yep.
But you were just determined to keep going. Okay, so I'm gonna let you finish, but I never want to look over that point, because we look at our likes and we look at society and we compare and we get so discouraged, you know? So.
No, yeah. And so it's so interesting how full circle all of this is. So that was my path. And so then fast forward, I got pregnant. I had a miscarriage. It was the first time we got pregnant. We were so excited. We were going to go hear the heartbeat, and there was no heartbeat. And so I just was like, I can't keep working in corporate America. It's just too stressful. I mean, like, you would think I was curing cancer, like just the stuff that they ask you to do. And so I left. I left, and I will say this, and everyone says this, but you had a husband. I did, and I do, right? But I also had a vision, and I was determined not to go back. I was going to figure it out, right? And so I wasn't chilling. I was trying to figure out my revenue plan, my revenue strategy.
Yeah, and you kind of spoke on that earlier, just even cultivating the vision about the level of sacrifice. You said you didn't have a social life, right? So do you think that for the women that are out there right now that have a destiny and a vision, is sacrifice, obviously, and dedication, those are two, I guess, very important tools in order to make, I guess, to carry your vision into reality.
You can't bibbity bop and want a business.
Listen.
Like, you gotta, if you bibbity bopping on your business, right? Like, if you don't believe it, or if you're not gonna work hard for it, why do you think someone else is going to? It just doesn't work like that. And for Black women specifically, sometimes we just have to work harder to push out what we want, because our resources sometimes are limited. They're just not the same. It's not an equal playing field. And if you think it is an equal playing field, look around, sis. Like, it's just not.
Right.
And so I quit my corporate gig, and my mindset was, I can't go back. I just can't go back. I will go work at Anthropology in the mall before I go back. Like, I would say that to my husband. I'd be like, I can go get a job in the mall. And he'd be like, but how you gonna have time if you go to the mall? I'd be like, if I need to go get a job in the mall, I'll go get a job in the mall, but I'm not going back. I'm not going back to that abusive environment. Like, I'm just not gonna do it to myself. And so I didn't. And so I went to a conference. Like, this is kind of like the whole even story of Black Girl Magic. I shared this earlier in a conversation. I went to a conference. I met the CEO of Sugarfina. And it's so weird. And when you think about it, like, that lady, I tell this story all the time. This is CEO of Sugarfina. Her name Rosie. She has no idea. I probably tell this story 1,000 times over, or that impact that her yes made on my business. Wow. But I pitched her. I basically was like, girl, you know what Black Girl Magic is? She was like, girl, no, I don't know what Black Girl Magic is.
Is this a Black woman, white woman?
She was white.
Okay.
And older. And so I was like, listen, let's create a gummy called Black Girl Magic, and I'm gonna have some tours in your store. And that's how Black Girl Magic formed. And there's definitely more bits and pieces to it than that, right? But her yes gave me my confidence to keep going. I was fresh off a corporate job. I was 4 months out of my corporate environment. Her yes changed so much for me. But her yes gave me kind of like the beta test, if you will, to go show brands, hey, this is what I can do. This is what I can do. This is who will come when I do it too. You have so many nuggets. You're dropping so many nuggets, which speaks to the importance of allyship, right? And that is one thing that you always advocate for. Like, you know, you are all about Black Girl Magic, but in order, unfortunately, a lot of times for Black women to be successful, somebody that already has a seat at the table has to be willing to give you a shot. And that is literally what happened for you. Yep, that is what happened. Wow, okay. And it's interesting because when the Black women came, people from that organization said, oh, no, wait, scale back. We didn't know it was gonna be like this. And they were like, oh, so scale back a little bit. And I was like, no, this is Black Girl Magic. When you put out the call, it is a rally and they come, right? And so it's telling the story to brands. No matter where you are, if you're sitting listening, you got a business, you got an idea. If you create it, they will come, but create it the right way. Right. like do our community the right service. See, even the space that we're in right now, that we're producing and filming this in, is a Frisco business, and it's Black owned. Every bit of this space was done right from our community for all people, right? It's called Maker's Gym. And so this space makes you proud as a Black person to be in.
The moment you enter, like when the elevator doors open, you are like, wow. And to know on top of that it is Black owned and created by a Black architect. I mean, again, yes, Maker's Gym. If you have not visited Maker's Gym, make sure you Google them. If you are not in the Dallas area, if you are in the Dallas area, please stop by. It's in Frisco. You're right. It does make you proud.
It makes you proud. And so if you got that idea, make us proud, right? But then you go back to allyship, right? Yes, my story is about Black people uplifting, promoting. You got a boss box. Those businesses in there were Black owned businesses. Some that I took my own money and spent thousands of dollars for our people to have this free box curated and sent to your home. But then it's also about allyship. The people who produce this event, I mean, from an editing sense, it's a white woman's company. It's not necessarily just this twofold industry or this two-way street or one-way street, it just has to be all Black. It's about bringing allies who get it, who can bring my vision to life. And oh, by the way, she's a woman-owned business, so I want to help her as well. She's a part of our story as well, right? And she's leaned in to hear the stories, but to be brave back in return when she's out in the market and she sees the impact that what we're creating and how she can be a voice and an advocate for other Black people. Absolutely. That's what this is all about. So I don't even remember your question, but I do know how important that is. But those were the beginnings. That was the beginning of Boss. And to be honest, it's so surreal, even you saying 100,000 women. And we've been praying about this and we've been dreaming of this. But I still feel like I haven't even touched the icing on the cake.
We believe that too, though. That's the thing. Right. It's like we're watching you from 25 to, a few thousand to, and then we hit the 20,000 mark, now the 100,000 mark. But when God has a calling on your life, sis, like we put a number. This is limitless. And I'm going to say, because it comes from the right space, you did not see this and say, wow, this looks like a really great opportunity for me because such and such is doing it and I think I could do it better. I think we struggle with that a lot of times too. Or we see somebody making money or successful and we don't take that time. Like your vision, that's why it burns so deeply in your heart, because God placed that vision inside of you. Yeah. Right? Yep. And so that is why it continues to grow, because you can't stop God's growth, period. So there is you're not even going to be naming a number after a while, because it's going to be hard to count. You know what I mean? But again, you're right. This is just the beginning for you. But again, I will continue to say, but the beginning started at 25. Yep. The beginning started at 25, and I do believe it's going to be 25 million, 250. It's like you're going to be, you already touch women across not only the United States, but across the country, like period, right? And you do connect women. And I want to make sure that people know how can they literally stay connected with you, with this movement, with other boss women. Besides going to the Slack channel all weekend long, you guys can definitely stay connected, because that's what part of your vision was on the Slack channel. And women have actually created businesses together from these events.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, women have said, this is my business bestie now. Oh, yeah, I call her. We drop ideas off of each other. We go back and forth. I hear that all the time. We've given women access to capital.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, or maybe even millions at this point.
We're giving out $100,000 total at this event.
Yes.
And so it's really important. I mean, I directly hire Black people. I pay Black people, sometimes out of my own money when no revenue is coming in, because I believe in our culture. I believe in what I'm creating, but I believe also in the power of women collectively. And I believe our story is so deep that if we just come together just a little bit more and be truly the shoulders of one another, that we have the power to change communities and generations for a lifetime.
And you are doing that, Marty, because even joining us all weekend, we have HBCU watch parties going on. So you have tons of Black women at these HBCUs that are literally watching this movement take place. And you're inspiring them to say, if she can do that, if they can do that, if they can be bold, if they have these beliefs, if they've gone through this drama very similar to mine, then I can do it too. So you definitely, Marty, you're unstoppable because of your vision. But to be a visionary, we were talking offline. Look, we were talking behind your back when you weren't in the room. It's myself and someone else, your director of operations. And we were basically saying the way that you have a vision and you put it into real time is unbelievable. One thing about you is like when you know, Marty gets it done. And you sacrifice so much. I want to remind everybody, you are a mother. You're a new mother. You put this event together and you have a baby. Your husband's walking around here with a little stroller and you have friends that are helping you and you go check on your baby and then you have to come back in here and film. There's so much behind the scenes, but this woman is human, but inhuman at the same time. Like sometimes you seem like a machine, but it just speaks to who you are and what God put inside of you and your character. So keep going.
Thank you.
Keep going. Don't stop. We all support you. You have a community. You have a tribe out here that is cheering you on, and we need you.
Thank you.
So yeah. So is there anything final? Because I know I kind of took over that last moment that you want to share.
We've done some different conversations, and I'm excited for everyone to be able to hear and experience a little bit more about who I am and my backstory and where I came from and how this all even happened, that we're going to be dropping on IG weekly. So make sure you tune in and follow me at Marty Motivates. Jade is a phenomenal interviewer. She just makes you tell all your business, go on and on and on. But I'm excited to be sharing that a little bit about you guys. And I just wrote a children's book. It's called You're Not Alone. You can grab it on Amazon. I'm super excited about it. And it's just really the story that can impact anyone about how you're not alone, how God is with you, and you're not alone. So thank you guys for being a part of Black Girl Magic this year. Thank you for continuing to believe in me. And I just hope you're having your best life in your living room with your crew at Black Girl Magic Digital Summit 2021. And like I said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is nothing yet.
All right, so continue to follow her at Marty Motivates and also at Boss Women Media. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you, Jade.
Thanks, girl. Other Black women want more. They just don't know how to get there. How do they get there?
You wake up every day, every morning, and you decide, I'm gonna try. And I'm gonna keep trying until I get the outcome that I want. And I'm not gonna stop until I get exactly what I want. But it has to be a grit and a determination inside of you that decides I am not going to quit when I hear no, when it doesn't go my way, the way I thought it was going to be. I'm going to keep going.
And joining me now is Marty McDonald. She is the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media.
Hey girl, hey, and we are back. We're gonna be talking about raising funds, crowdsourcing versus venture capital. And I'm super excited to be speaking with Savitri Wilson, who is an expert around venture capital. I have a little bit of knowledge around crowdsourcing that I'm gonna lean into you guys with. Welcome, Savitri, how are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm doing well.
Thank you so much for being a part of Black Girl Magic Digital Summit 2021. Tell everybody who you are, where you're from, what you got going on.
Yes. So again, my name is Savitri Wilson. I'm the founder and CEO of Resilia, and we are a tech platform that works across a double-sided market. On one side, we support nonprofit organizations, helping them manage their day-to-day. And on the other side, we support funders. So everyone from Oxfam America to traditional community foundations to Goldman Sachs, you name it.
So let's just kind of dig right into the conversation. It's incredible the work that you're doing, the impact that you're making. For somebody who's not familiar with this at all, right? I'm a woman who's sitting, I'm listening, I have a business, but I don't even know where to start at around raising funds, raising money, getting angel fund, none of it, right? What would you share with her around venture capital? What would you share around crowdsourcing?
Yes. So I would first look at the type of business that you are seeking to create or you have created and ensure that it is what we would consider venture backable. So if you see yourself building this massive, large company that's going to scale to $100 million annual recurring revenue and beyond, and can have the possibility of being valued at like $1 billion, then venture capital is probably the path that you're going to take in order to get to those type of numbers. And so if you have no idea where to start from there, then my suggestion would be, one, to start following investors. And the best way to follow investors is actually on Twitter. So if you want to hear a lot of great stories where founders connected with their earliest investors, you'll hear a lot of those stories come from Twitter because investors are really easy to get to on Twitter. And they're constantly talking about investing and they're constantly talking about how to get early stage funding. And so from there, you're thinking about like your pre-seed, which we consider like an angel round. Who are your earliest investors, right? Usually we would consider this as your friends and family. Most people will say, well, I don't have friends and family who can invest thousands of dollars in my business. However, you have to think about your network at large, as I say, right? So who is still in your community who may have high enough wealth where they could actually invest $10,000, $20,000. And so begin to create a list of who those people are and build relationships with them and begin to network and tell them about your idea. So that's kind of like where I started when I raised my first $400,000 for my company, Resilia. And on the other side, I know enough about crowdsourcing to be knowledgeable, right? I have several friends who have crowdsourced, and I always tell people crowdsource for one or two reasons. One, they have a product that's very appealing to the crowd, right? And very much so oftentimes a consumer type focused product where individuals just immediately get it. Like for Resilia, I probably couldn't crowdsource successfully because it takes too long for me to explain what I do to people. But if you have something that people would love and they would be a part of your greater community and they use it and they can be ambassadors, those products are great to go down the crowd funding path. And then also those who may feel like they're too early to get that individual investor capital, and they need to show more proof or more substance or just having trouble in general.
Listen, you said so many things. First of all, you talked about how you evaluate your company, right? Like, who doesn't want a $1 billion company? I know that's what I want. Like, I want a $1 billion brand, right? Like, let's just start there. Because, I mean, you said so many nuggets that I'm like, girl, tell me more. How do you even evaluate your company? Like, what does that look like for a woman who started, a hair care product? How does she even evaluate that product that she's selling to market?
Yes. So, yes, some people want $1 billion brands. I'm building what we feel is $1 billion company as well. But my first company wasn't. Like, it was going to be a company, agency, and it was going to be good, and it was going to allow me to begin to create those pathways of generational wealth. And so not everyone will build a $1 billion company, and not everyone actually wants to, and that's okay as well. So I kind of always like to start there because there's so many great businesses that you can build that may not be we would consider venture backable or super scalable. But the things that you're looking for is the total addressable market, right? So your market size of how many people who could buy the thing that you're selling. So say if you're a beauty product. And then I think the way you're getting to that point is like, oh, you created a loyal following. You have shown successes early on. And then also you've shown growth over a period of time, right? So when investors start looking at companies that they want to put money into, they look at the time that they've been doing something and they're like, okay, what traction have you shown to get to this point, the point that you are now? And to be honest, like, is your product really good and will people want it, right? Will they want it in masses? Not just like, oh, I'll pick that up every now and then, but to get to $1 billion, like people have to really go out and they go back and get that product every single time. Like Shea Moisture, I go back and get that curly enhancement cream for my hair every time I run out, right? So that's the type of product you're putting out there.
You know, it's funny because so often, and I think this is interesting specifically because we're at the Black Girl Magic Summit, so often white men evaluate companies $1 billion like that. It's easy, it's instant for them, right? But then on the counter side of that, Black people who are building, creating, have put sweat, equity, tears, blood, everything, have not been able to get to that point of even having a company that could be evaluated as such, right? Do you think that that's a mindset shift that our culture and our community needs to put into place? And I say that because I just really want to level set what that really means for us, because anybody can say, and there's been a lot of companies evaluated as $1 billion companies that turn into complete losses, right? And don't make any money and come out on the other side, the investor makes no money. So how can we level set what that looks like?
Yes. So I think the way we level set what that looks like is creating more activity earlier on in the investment world that's going to Black founders. That's like one of the reasons why we have such a hard time in raising capital, is because it's hard to raise that early stage capital. But white men, they have access to the networks of people who will put money into companies without any traction, without any product, just the idea. Right. And so I'm a huge believer just creating more like Black angel investors, like really pushing that super early stage type of investing. And so it's more of we need to create more types of these investors than even a mindset, because we think about it from a standpoint of, oh, they don't invest in our companies like those, because they're investing in their homeboys companies, right? Yeah. Like they invested in somebody that they went to college with or their alma maters with. And so that's the reason why they're getting investments, to be honest, early on. And those investors are investing knowing that their money could go to zero. And so we have to create that type of movement in our own communities where people are not afraid to lose money.
Correct. And so when you think about the potential of an entrepreneur taking even an investor on, right? You know, what would you say, what advice would you give? Because sometimes we think taking someone's money is the only option. Well, it's not. You have other options on the table, right? But then obviously there is, you know, you can grow fast if you do have the funding and backing of an investor. So what advice would you give to an entrepreneur who's looking to take this pathway around, I'm going to take investor funding versus going out and doing a crowdsourcing campaign?
Yes. So I think that either way, you're giving up chunks of your company, right? So you have to figure out which path is best for you. I obviously took the investor route, one, because I can raise capital from individual investors or funds, and it's chunks of capital, right? And then I am reporting just to this handful of investors. If you're crowdfunding, and you'll talk to many of my friends who will tell you that they run into their investors they had never met before in, you know, the grocery store, or they get, you know, tons of emails from different investors asking for things. And they're like, oh my gosh, you know, that's a lift for them, because sometimes those investors aren't what we consider like seasoned investors. So they may be asking for things that don't even make any sense to you, but you have to respond because that's still your investor. So I always say, I actually felt that it was harder to crowdfund crowdsource because of the complexities of, one, you have to get approved, right, to do it. Then you're putting it out there and you have to really push and market it, right? So it's not you build it, they will come. Is you build it, you got to go out there and market yourself. You have to push it constantly for a period of time until you raise the capital that you're seeking to raise. And so I do feel that you have to have some type of brand affinity to do that. And you have to have some community to do that in order to raise that type of capital. And so my crowdfunding friends will say, oh, well, we couldn't raise capital from investors, so we crowdfunded. And I think crowdfunding was easier. And I'll have people on the other side, like myself, who say crowdfunding seems a lot harder to us, because of the dynamics involved.
No, so I did a crowdfunding campaign 2 years ago, and it was literally like a marketing campaign and herding cows to give you dollars, right? And so in return, I didn't give necessarily a piece of my business. We just gave away like free swags, free product, different things like that. Our our campaign that we were putting together was not a huge campaign, but I will say I learned so much. Number one, I learned how to put together the right type of pitch of explaining my company to someone who did not have any clue about who I was, what I was doing, and how I made money, right? But then the problem that I had, how I was going to solve the problem in the marketplace, and how that was going to then help them on the back end, right? And so I think it's probably the same with investing. I've not ever went the investor route, but I can just assume that it's very similar in that term. But crowdfunding, you still have to be connected to people with money. Like you can't have broke friends. Like if you send in your crowdfund link to broke friends, it's gonna be crickets. Like you're not gonna hear back. So in terms of crowdsourcing and crowdfunding, I would say, and the advice that I would give is, just like you said, find who's your net worth, who's been your mentors in the past, who have been your sponsors, who will take that opportunity to invest a little bit in you. What would you say, have been for you specifically the pros and cons of taking investor dollars?
Yeah, so I raised now $11 million in venture capital.
Wow.
So we've raised quite a bit for particularly a Black woman founded company. And so I would say, as someone who also bootstrapped a company before, didn't take any capital, there are definitely pros and cons. The pros are some of the things that you already alluded to, right? Now you have this capital where you can do more experimentation, you can grow faster, you can hire people and pay them higher salaries, right? So you could go out and poach people from companies that you would only love and only dream of having on your team, right? So now you have the capital to go do those things and worry less about the last dollar in the bank, right? That you're trying to fake payroll with.
Oh, I know all about those.
Yes. Yes. And so do I. I bootstrapped my first company. But the other side is now you are giving up chunks and control of your company. And so in a way, when people say more money, more problems, yes, a lot more comes with that. You have to now form a board of directors. So you have people who are essentially helping governing your company. And so I'll tell people all the time, I miss the days of not having to send updates to investors and have to take in consideration their thoughts and their opinions, et cetera. So there's definitely pros and cons to it.
As I think about just the Black community in general and just the access right now, there's so much access to capital right now, right? Being Black in America right now is the hottest trend going, right? Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't fizzle out, because our magic is here to live on for everybody to experience. What would you say to that new person who's on the block? I got this business. I just jump started it in COVID. I'm making a ton of money right now, right? Because since COVID and George Floyd, exposure to Black-owned businesses are at an all-time high. And the buzz on the street is, I'm going to support a Black-owned business, right? And so I made money in COVID. But how do I continue to sustain after COVID? What are the funds and dollars that I could really be like looking for to take my company to the next level?
Yeah, I think that two sides of the coin, right? So you have to sustain your growth and your customer base first, because even investors, if they feel like, oh, it's not sustainable, they won't invest. So you have to ensure that you're putting in a strategic opportunity for you to continue to grow, even if, it's not hot to give to a Black business anymore, but we're always hot, so we're gonna always be hot. That's just it, what it is. We're always like, oh, if you gave us opportunity, right? If we had the resources and we had the platform and we could expose our services, our business to the world, then we would be able to get so much farther ahead. So I would definitely tell everyone to use the most of this time to do that, so that you're not so easily replaceable by anything or any, product that's out there. So I do feel that anyone who's looking to figure out how do I get to the next spot, yes, right now it's great to raise capital. So if you are thinking about raising capital and you have the benchmark to do so, start contacting, these funds out here, whether that's SoftBank Opportunity Fund, my good friend Jewel Burke Solomon over at Collab Capital, which they invest in alternative funding, and put yourself out there, right? Get your presentation, your pitch together, and understand what you're going to do with that capital over the next few years and how you're going to get that capital to take you to the next level, so that you can capture a portion of the market, so that you truly aren't replaced, right? And you truly, someone isn't coming in behind you because they have more capital, they have more growth behind them. They're able to get the skilled team members that they need in order to grow. So now is the time to be working on doing all of those things.
Earlier, you mentioned, about how you bootstrapped your first company versus now, girl, you're making all the magic happen by going out in these streets raising $11 million. Like, first of all, like, slow clap for you, because this is not an easy task, and only 1% of Black women are even raising over $1 million. Like, this is something that we can be proud of, to say that we are connected to you through, and your story just will continue to live on. What do you feel like some of your biggest lessons have been as you've raised these dollars that you could share with our audience?
Yes. So some of my biggest lessons, we said it earlier, that network, those relationships building, whether or not you're on the crowdfunding side or you're on the side where you're raising venture, your network and who you put around you. And I talk about that from an investor standpoint, but also having other peers and founder friends, people who are also doing it at the same level and pace that you're trying to do, that you could talk to about your journey and what you're going through and bounce ideas off of. So building your tribe, relationships and building up. And I think about this thing that Issa Rae said when people said, oh, you should reach out to Oprah and get her to help you. And she's like, oh, no, I'm building with the people around me. And so I so agree with that. It's like not only build, but I also agree not only build across, right? So with your peers and learn from them, but also build relationships up, right? Because those are the people who can say yes to something that could change your business overnight. And so relationships, those are so important.
No, that is so key. Listen, I think that our audience really has a good takeaway on investments, dollars, crowdsourcing, crowdfunding. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about internal grit, determination, putting yourself out there, not being afraid. I would say as we come to the end of this conversation, why don't you just share with us what motivates, inspires you, makes you keep going to have all of the grit and the bravery inside of you to make it happen every day?
Yeah, I always talk about, resilience, right? And I saw a meme somewhere that says like, oh, I'm tired of being resilient. Well, if you're living on the same earth I'm living on, you can't be tired of being resilient and having grit and all these things, but you have to know that irregardless of what comes your way, that you're going to keep getting back up, right? irregardless. And people would tell me all the time, Future, you were just determined, right? You were going to make it regardless because the grit and resiliency of who you are. And I think that can be also built. You might not feel like you have that in you today, but I think that that can be built. And that's what I say about relationships, putting good people around you and learning and mentorship. All these things help you build that grit that you need to really get out here and build and grow internally, professionally, personally, and through your life.
Listen, how can our audience stay connected with you? How can they DM you, hit you up and say, hey, this is my pitch deck. I want to like slide it over to you. Can you review it for me? Share with everybody.
Yeah, so at Feature Wilson, my first and last name on all social media platforms. You can also go onto my website, featurewilson.com. I actually have my real original pitch deck that I use to raise capital across different rounds. So I give that away for free, along with a lot of other resources, just because people are often trying to figure out where to start. And I was like, well, this is where I started. So here it is.
Listen, thank you, Savitri, for being with us, for connecting with us, for leaning in, and for showcasing just a little bit of your Black girl magic today.
Thank you for having me.
Hey girl, hey! My name is Maxine Gray and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Small Business Empowerment Team at Amazon. The Small Business Empowerment Team is focused on supporting Amazon's small business partners around the world. I'm excited to share more about Amazon's Black Business Accelerator with the Black Girl Magic Summit community. We launched this bold initiative in June to help build sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses and are deeply invested in helping accelerate that advancement in the Black community. We have committed $150 million over the next 4 years to help thousands of Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs reach our more than 300 million customers. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator provides access to financial assistance, strategic business guidance, mentorship, marketing, and promotion, providing sellers in our store with the tools needed to take their business to the next level. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator is a step towards ensuring more Black-owned businesses have the opportunity, resources, and support needed to enjoy this success. We are thrilled to welcome many more Black business owners and entrepreneurs and boss women to the opportunity of selling on Amazon. To learn more and join the program, visit amazon.com/BBA.
Ladies, you are going to absolutely love this conversation because we are talking to the ladies and the women who upgraded, right? We all want an upgrade in our life. So I cannot wait to introduce you all to our panelists. Again, this is about leading and influencing with integrity. That is a word we don't hear often, integrity in the workplace. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you guys to Miss Angelina Howard, who is a Senior Product Manager at Amazon. Thank you for joining us today. Also, Miss Nikki White, who is the Regional Director of Amazon Air. Oh, we got to find out about that. Okay. And also Miss Rovina Valashia, right? Yeah. I've been practicing that. I want y'all behind the scenes. I have absolutely been practicing that. But you are a Senior Manager of Product Marketing at Amazon. So got to give a shout out, big shout out to Amazon. Of course, this is being presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. So before we get into the upgrade, let's talk about these titles that I just rambled off, right? I'm sure everybody out there that's watching is wanting to know, what does that mean exactly? So tell us a little bit about you, how you got started at Amazon, and what exactly your title means.
Sure, I can go first.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm a Senior Product Manager. I've been at Amazon for 7 years as of last month. It feels like such a long time, but I'm here with some veterans, so maybe not. But I started off in our hardline business, our consumer, doing digital software and video games. And I'm excited because I will be joining our other part of our company, Amazon Web Services, which is one of the leading cloud providers in the world. So excited to be a part of that team. As a product manager, I work closely with our engineers to really build, what the future products are. Wow. And something that I'm very passionate about is making sure that future products are inclusive for everyone. So a little bit about what I do and kind of my passions within work.
I'm already tired. Like, when do you find time?
I know, and then I was the president of our Black Employee Network, or BEN, so I just be going.
I love it. See, but y'all are the ones who have upgraded. This is all about upgrade, right? All right, what about you, Nikki? Amazon Air, right?
Yes, Amazon Air. I'm a regional director for Amazon Air. I have been with Amazon this September, so coming up soon, I'll have 13 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a really glorious journey. It has taught me so much about myself. It's taught me so much about leadership. So the current position as a regional director for Amazon Air is actually a very infant business in Amazon. So, Amazon is not that old itself, but Amazon Air just 5 years ago, which is one station, a few aircraft, and we've moved into, there's millions of packages that move a day, hundreds of flights. My responsibility is half the country for our Blue Badge sites, which are Amazon facilities. So you think about a warehouse and how we get you your packages, but out back, it's big old planes, And so it's one of those things that it makes it very familiar, yet so important that we focus on regulatory things that Amazon hadn't been into before. And so now it just makes that heightened awareness for safety, that heightened awareness for leadership, and that heightened awareness for technical knowledge that's critical in the position.
I love that. Man, boy, just learning how all this is going to operate behind the scenes. This is so enlightening already, right? Rowena, what about you?
Yeah, so I've been at Amazon 9 years, so in the middle of these two. Currently, I'm a senior manager of product marketing, and I work on a team that's really focused on the go-to-market planning for building and bringing new products to life for Amazon, which I've been doing that now for the last maybe 5 or 6 years in the company. And so that's really what I like to go do, is a team where we're going 0 to 1. 0 meaning we have nothing in this space for customers, or at least not enough for us to feel really good about. And so here we are about to introduce something new and different. What's our strategy for doing that? How do we bring this to life in an authentic way to customers? So that's been a really fun journey. And so I've done that with Textures and Hues, which was a shopping experience for Black and multicultural, textured hair customers. Then I did this in our devices organization when we were launching new smart screen devices.
Oh, nice.
For us, what we were excited, it was our first below $100 device. We're more accessible.
Yes.
So that was cool. And now I'm on this team where we're really building something fun. Hasn't launched yet, so that's what makes it even.
Oh, what is this, a secret? Hold on, I feel like we may have some breaking news today.
I will not break any.
Oh, okay. She was like, "You are not going to cost me my job."
It's just fun to know, and you've heard these ladies already, but our ideas and things we really think about, we see those things come to life working at Amazon, which is pretty exciting.
Okay, I know it seems like I'm hyping you guys up, but I'm really not. I don't think you understand. I just think this is so unique, right? How long have we talked about diversity and inclusion? How long have we been preaching about having a seat at the table? And 3 amazingly dynamic women with leadership positions that you are making change every single day. And I really want the audience to know we've had offline conversations, and these ladies are truly who you see, right? They are pushing for change, and they're fun, and they're real people, and that's what we're going to discuss today. Because sometimes people can get intimidated by titles, but yeah, you guys are amazing. Okay, let me stick to my script, okay? Because I love y'all so much. But yeah, so we are talking about leading with integrity, which again, as I said earlier, I think that's a word that we don't hear much of in today's society. You do have leaders. You have, everybody trying to get 1 foot ahead, or, just, I guess growing a company per se, but you don't hear the word integrity. So let's talk about why integrity is important to you all as leaders. I'll start with you.
I think integrity is very important in terms of having a presence and a consistent voice and tone to how you interact with people, whether you are an individual or as you grow and become a team leader or interact with leaders. It's important to have some standards and just things you will stand for, accept or not accept.
Oh my gosh, can you say that again? That is so, I think to you guys it's second nature, but there's so many, there's women watching today and I want to work for them because, no, seriously, that's really important.
I think one of the best examples, and I bring this up a lot, is own your zone, right? When it comes to integrity, people should know that when Rowena is there, it's going to be different. And I think my friends know that socially, my colleagues know that. And in the Black community, I would say the most similar person that you can quickly understand is your grandmother. Mm-hmm. When your grandmother's present, you might talk differently, you move differently in the house. And it's because your grandmother really owns her zone. And so I think as professionals, as women, we have to have enough of a presence where people respect and value, and they kind of raise the bar of what they're bringing into the room when they know you'll be there.
I love that. Own your zone. I will credit you, but I'm going to steal that. What about you, Nikki? How important is integrity within leadership?
You know, integrity really is the backbone of trust. And for me, I have always felt like leading and learning who I'm working with. You know, I think about people that are on my team, people that manage me, as something that I'm working with. Like, how am I going to pick up pieces of information? How do I learn from every single person I interact with? And I think what that allows is for me to lead with my authentic self, who I really am. You know, a girl from 6 Mile in Detroit originally, and I will tell you that like I just did, because it still grounds and centers me. And I think people can see through things that are not authentic. And I think your integrity and the ability to raise the bar, as she said, comes from starting with who you really are. And then also meeting people with it where they really are. And so when you get information about your team, when things in life is happening, I mean, look what we've gone through in this last year. When someone tells you something and it is going to affect, you know, how well they're going to do a project or not, you know, you as a leader need to remember that. You need to compartmentalize that. And you need to also, maybe you handle a situation differently that you wouldn't before, because you are balancing the fact that this is a human factor, but this is a human. This is somebody that I respect. And I want to make sure that they understand they don't have to worry about my integrity when it comes to their work in and out of, their opportunities in and out of the workplace.
Absolutely, that's amazing. And I love how you said leading and learning, because we never stop learning, and especially as leaders as well. So that's very important.
I really believe leadership is learning. I really do. That's how you grow, because you absorb positive energy, positive habits, and you are able to pass those along.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, I'm like, yes.
Yes, exactly what they just said. I love it.
When I think about integrity, it is actually like a combination of the things that they said, right? Where I think about when you have integrity, you're honest. Yeah. So like, how can you be your most authentic and genuine self, so that when you are working with people, you know, none of us are perfect, but I'm making sure that I'm bringing my best self and I'm putting my best foot forward. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, as we're going through things like last year, or even in your day-to-day job, if I'm acting with integrity, I'm being honest, I'm genuinely wanting to help you, and hopefully you're also, you know, wanting to help me as well. That's how we can really foster those great relationships, whether it's for, you know, DEI work or building new products and services. If you are honest with who you are, you're being honest with them, you're bringing your best self, I feel like no one can fault you for that. So whether you may, you know, make mistakes, everyone can take it back to like, you know what, you have the best interest at heart.
Sure.
And I feel like that's what I think about with integrity, is that you're being honest, you're authentic, and you're genuine. And so that's how I think about, you know, how I want people to treat me with integrity, and how I also want to treat other people with integrity.
Absolutely, absolutely. I love that. So, you know, I did a little research before I got a chance to kind of, you know, hang out with you guys and get to know you. So, Rovina, there was something that you posted, and I really want to bring this up because I think it's so important. And it was a quote about crucible moments. Mm-hmm. And I want to make sure that I'm going to read it, because I want to make sure that I quote it correctly. It said, crucible moments are the moments you stretch yourself far beyond relying on what you already know. Because it is in this moment of challenge and adversity that Jeff Wilke says he learned the most about leadership. Now, if you guys don't know who Jeff Wilke is, please look him up. We hear Jeff Bezos all the time, right? But just look him up. That's all I'm going to say. So let's go there. And I know you guys probably really weren't expecting this question, but I really do want to hear about a crucible moment that you all have experienced. Because I think when we get into leadership, you know, we learn the lingo, we're leading with integrity. And it can be intimidating to those that are maybe just getting started, because it seems like, oh, they couldn't have bumped their heads. They couldn't have been stretched. They couldn't have had these crucible moments. Look, she took a deep breath like, listen, yesterday, yeah, do we have time? Exactly. So I'll let you guys jump in. Rovina, I'll let you start first. Let's talk about that, one of the crucible moments.
Absolutely. I will, the one that I know I can discuss is at least the one that you referenced. So back in 2016, 2017, I think, the Amazon years run together, so it's hard to know. But in that time, I was working on textures and hues, so a black hair care on-site experience. But we had to build back-end and front-end CX changes. That'll be my highest level description. But we were on a really fast-paced timeline. We needed to launch for Black History Month. And not because You know, we set that date out, but when you're putting together a project plan and you're thinking about timing, those moments that are industry important and some of those things we want to make sure we hit. And so we ended up having 7 months. Like, I start from scratch with a paper trying to hire people. So I'm like, hey, do you want to come work on this with me? So that was some fun recruiting. And then when we had people in place, we had a short timeline to hit February. Otherwise, you know, we missed that true inflection point. And so then you go from this paper where you have a big idea to trying to figure out, you know, how do you keep this thing lovable? That's kind of our description for product launches. How do you have a lovable product and still keep it on time? And so you need to make sure that your team knows how to prioritize, but what trade-offs you are willing and not willing to make. So for example, in this space with textures and hues, we said, number one, beauty is our objective. Sure. About hair, not skin, not makeup, not body type. We want to showcase hair like as peculiar as we can. So we had crazy crops and kind of fun stuff there. And the other thing was we wanted to have it for men, women, and kids out of the gate. Ultimately, you cannot do that in 7 months, or maybe you can, but we could. And you know, like when you have to go back to the drawing board on your own idea, you're like, oh wow, like it kind of feels deflating at first, but then it's on you to make the executive decision about how do we proceed. And I'm sure many of you know, the woman is the CEO of the household in most cases when it comes to shopping and stocking things at home. So we decided, let's pare down, focus on launching this for the Black or multiracial woman. Let's win with her first, and then we can follow up with men and kids. So it helped us prioritize our roadmap, really trying to understand how to win with this customer in the most authentic way from the beginning.
I love that. I love that. Yes, you stretched me just that. I don't know how you guys stuck that out, but you did it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you? What about a Crucible moment for Miss Nikki?
You know, I'll take it a little different direction. I'll tell you what. To me, Crucible Moments, it can be one event, but it can also be steps of multiple smaller events that kind of lead you to a place where you're like, okay, I'm at a pivot point. You know, I got to make a decision. I have to do something different so that I feel my worth in this moment. So for me, I take it back. You know, I've dated myself a few years, right? So let's go back when there was like O's in it. So let's say about 09, 10, 10, somewhere in there. I had an interaction. At this time, I am an operations manager, right? So I'm kind of coming up. I've had my first promotion, and I just got a promotion to senior operations manager. Moved to a building out west, you know, away from friends and family, and ended up on shift at night, right? Which happens, right? I've worked in the industry a long time, have no problem with that. But I think that what I realized in that moment was, you know, the change that was happening in my life with personal moving, with the new role, right? With the expanded responsibility, and what we also call it is hitting the wall, right? Like I am at a place where I have to decide on, you know, I have to make a decision because I have picked myself up, come to a place that I don't know. I'm doing something new. Is this what I really love? And what is missing, right? And so what really, it was a combination of three factors. One, you know, there was a leader around me who was negative, right? And that was something that I felt like I didn't know how to navigate that, right? So when I looked back at that girl, I was like, you know, you dealt with that at least a week longer than you should have. But what happened was, so now I got all this going on internally, and I'm like, okay, now I'm dealing with something that I'm telling you we deal with all the time, which is just someone that doesn't necessarily know how to work with you, and so it can feel like they're working against you. Sure. So managing through that problem and what I learned through that and how to set a boundary, how to make sure that I always professionally respect myself and that I bring an issue that was happening that wasn't helping me learn, grow, and all these new things to the people that needed to be brought to. And I was able to manage through that, and I was able to get through that. And that's one of the first moments that I realized, you know, my head will always be up straight. You know, I will always insist on the highest standards, which is one of our leadership principles at Amazon, for myself and for the respect that I demand. And so that moment is like, there was days when I literally sat slumped in my chair. Not anymore, you know? So it's a learning lesson that I remember that has really carried me forward.
Yeah, look at all this upgradedness. I just made that word up. Yes, it is. Yes.
You said professionally
cared about myself. Okay.
I love that. So what about you, Angelina? Because I know, correct me if I'm wrong, when you started at Amazon, you met Rovina, right? And she kind of, I guess you would say more or less, you took her under your wing in a sense, which is absolutely amazing, which is a testament to the character of these women. There's something about having a seat at the table, but when you're willing to also pull up another chair for your sister, right? I think that that's so amazing. So 2020, the pandemic hits. Look, that's that deep breath. Was 2020, would you say that was a crucible moment for you?
How do you know what I was going to say?
She's a professional.
2020, I will say, it's probably one of the most challenging times in my life. I would say career-wise, but just also just personally. So like to be a little bit personal, I remember the beginning of May, I was depressed and I didn't even realize I was depressed. And because I remember seeing, you know, what the rates were for COVID for the Black community, and I remember feeling so helpless because I'm seeing that it's disproportionately impacting us, but we are not the majority in the country. And then I'm sitting in my apartment in South Lake Union and I feel too comfortable. I'm like, so I'm seeing what's happening to my community, but I have all this privilege, and what do I do with it? So I got to a point where in May, I think I cried every single day for 1 week. And then you had Ahmaud Arbery, then you had Breonna Taylor. And I ended up taking that last week of May off, and then that's when George Floyd was killed. And I remember wanting to just hide in a corner and just be like, I can't do this. Like I mentally can't do it. I don't know how I'm supposed to go back to work. And I remember kind of getting online, seeing emails from some of the Black employees. It's kind of like, hey, you know, like, Ben, where y'all at? And, you know, what company, where y'all at? And I'm like, do I say something? Because I'm also hurting. Now, I would say the critical moment for me was that God didn't place me where I'm at for me to be scared to speak up. And so I really took that moment of me being sad and depressed and like, let me put this into my community. And I'm going to say things that people may be mad about, but I don't care. People may be uncomfortable, but I don't have time for me to care about them being comfortable, nor do I have time to be uncomfortable. And so I recognize the position that I was placed in, and I have access to our senior leaders. I have access to this large email list. Like, I want to make sure that they know they are seen. And now when I'm talking with our senior leaders, I want them to know what my community feels. And if I have to use myself as an example, I will do that. And so it was me really taking a step back and being like, I feel terrible. So I know people feel terrible, but they don't have the access that I do. And so I need to just, you know, step up and really make sure that I'm showing up for employees, showing up for my community. And I took that and just went into like overdrive. I remember thinking about Amazon was doing a big fund or grants for different businesses within South Lake Union. And I was like, you know, we should also think about the Black businesses, which aren't typically located here. And so I'm like, all right, send this email real quick. And then we were able to get grants for Black businesses. So I'm like, okay. And I still didn't feel like enough, but I'm like, okay, I'm starting to do more. And so while I felt like I felt that trauma last year, I also felt like I want to, the way that I felt better was that I'm doing whatever it is that I can to show up. So I think that was my crucible moment, was just like, I feel like crap. I want to hide in my apartment with all the window shades down, and I just want to cry. And I was like, you know what? No, God said, you are here. You have to sit at the table. So this is what your purpose is. And I feel like last year I really worked in what my purpose was, and you know, here we are. And so I never thought, you know, everyone's like, oh, like, I'm like, I didn't think of myself as the president of Ben. I'm just like, hey, they know who I am, so I'm going to leverage this and send these emails out.
Sure, and that's the beautiful thing about all of you women, is that you use your leadership and your leverage to help those around you. I love the transparency. There were so many that were not able to verbalize what you said, but we were all feeling similar, if not the exact same way, right? And that is part of healing itself, is just that transparency. So I love that you, I guess you had the strength to share. You know, as women, sometimes we feel like we don't want to share when we're weak, in our weak moments. We don't want to share. We're trying to figure out how to, you know, manage a project and how are we going to meet the deadlines and so on and so forth. So
I think it's sometimes because we as Black women aren't given that grace to show weakness, which we should be given that grace if we're not. But I think by us having these conversations, it shows that yes, you can have those moments and then you overcome those moments. And we have to give each other grace, and hopefully other people will follow suit with giving us grace too.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Look, dropping gems. Everybody's dropping gems today.
When I think about the next generation generation of leadership, it is vulnerability. It is uncomfortable. It has to be something different than it was before. And I see that evolution. I see the generation that's behind us, demanding their seat at the table, but understanding how to bring everybody with them, just like you said. But I think about like how much I'm encouraged by the fact that now as a leader, showing vulnerability is leadership. That's a part of it. Like you are being strong when you're showing that you're human, and if we can move and lean more into that in our community, like, the BIN network, the things that Amazon put together, just the coffee chats, the talks to say, you know what, I don't feel like being here today. I'm traumatized today. That was so helpful to make it through. And like, that's what we need to continue to build upon to make sure that we have and continue to grow strong leaders in our Black community.
Absolutely love that. Real quick, I do want to touch on something, Nikki. One thing that's great about you, you've been at Amazon, like you said, in leadership for 13 years, but you like to push past what your job description entails to educate and empower. So let's talk about financial freedom. Right? And the importance of financial freedom. And let's drop that nugget before we, yes, because that is something that that conversation needs to be normalized just as much as others, right? So why is that so important to you?
When I think about, the years that have passed, when I think about the people that I've run into, and so many people, it's funny, we have a tool at work, I won't say the actual name of it, but it basically shows you how long you've been at Amazon. And every time somebody leaves, you move up that. So that basically is saying, like, I'm less than 1%, right? That's like, and think how many people work there, which means I've run into so many wonderful souls. I have run into so many people who have shared gems with me. But what can happen is that you can become so consumed with what you're doing, you miss things that you can build on the outside of life. And I think Amazon is peculiar in that way because we reach out to the community, we have expectations of things like that, but then we need to bring that back. So gems, as in a conversation at a cooler one time about 5 or 6 years ago, a friend of mine, a colleague, he said, you know what, I'm about to go invest in a car wash. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm gonna go buy it. And he was like, I've been saving this money for about 3 years, got a bonus, and I'm gonna go buy it. I was like, he's gonna go buy a car wash. And I just put that in my back pocket and I thought about it. Those kind of conversations later was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna invest in real estate because I have some liquidity and I want to know what to do with it. And I'm like, well, how do you have time? Well, I've set these boundaries with my boss. I've talked about how I want to use this skill set in and out of work to teach people how to be their full selves. Like, we have a program at work, which we basically will pay you to go to school, pay you to work, for you to leave. Like, it is a peculiar environment because it's about building the whole self. And I think that when you can focus on your financial freedom, when you can look at multiple streams of income while you're doing and delivering and killing it in corporate America, that you are really looking at the whole package. Because what you will find is opportunities like this to sit with people and talk about things that are on your heart, to talk about things that you're passionate about, to have a fire plan, to make 15 years a new retirement number, not 35. Like, that's the goal. And that's where you can do that, but you always want to make sure that you're balanced, that you have harmonious balance. We talk a lot about, there's debate, I think, about what's work-life balance. And is that a right phrase to use? For me, it's about having a centered self, and that I can be the best person that I am at work. I can be the best boss to the people that work for me, but I also can run my business. I also can learn about how to do skill sets such as the things that she does in her team every day, whether it's through work or out of work. I want to make sure people never close themselves off to just one thing. Be multifaceted, multidimensional, and multi-checks.
Multi-checks, yeah, amen. Yes, everybody snap it up for that. Well, I cannot thank you ladies enough. When I tell you, I just love who you are. Sometimes you just know character when you see it. And I appreciate everything you all represent. Congratulations on your bundle. I wasn't going to ask, you learn not to ask about bundles of joy, but congratulations. She brought it up, so congratulations. She's
growing live, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yes, you exemplify everything about leadership and integrity, and you are the upgrade. And these women are blessed because of you. So thank you all for joining us today. Thank you so much. Well, welcome. We have an amazing conversation and some amazing women I cannot wait for you to meet. This panel is all about creating economic empowerment in the Black community, of course, presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. And I am so honored to introduce to you two outstanding women. Now, you're going to be impressed by some of these accolades I'm going to share, but it's all truth, right? Tiffany Johnson. Thank you so much for joining us. She is a program manager at Amazon who's also part of a trio that culminated, you guys, check this out, $150 million pledge to Black businesses. We're going to talk about that later on. Of course, we have to talk about that. She is what she calls a multi-potentialite, which she's going to share with us what that is as well. And she's also created an amazing brand of feminine products that are for women of color. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jade.
Yeah,
really appreciate you.
I cannot wait to learn more about that's a lot of money we're talking about, right?
A whole lot of money.
And also joining us from Atlanta, you guys, she is at the Amazon headquarters, Dr. Nashley Cephas. She is an applied science manager for Amazon Artificial Intelligence. She has a nonprofit called BeanPath, which I cannot wait for you guys to hear more about that. And we also have to talk to her about this $25 million plan of hers to turn a bunch of land in her hometown into a tech hub, which is nothing short of like amazing, right? So Dr. Nashley, thank you so much for joining us today from Atlanta. We're glad you could be here with us.
Thank y'all so much for having me.
So I don't even know really where to start because what I just read was so impressive already. So I'm going to give you both 60 seconds, right? So I'll start with you, Dr. Nashley. I'm going to give you 60 seconds to tell us a little bit more about who you are. Who is Dr. Nashley?
Yeah, so I am a former applied scientist at Amazon, newly turned tech evangelist at Amazon, almost 5 years at Amazon now. I came to Amazon as a result of selling a startup company to Amazon. I was the chief technology officer for Part Pick, which was CEO Jewel Burks. Shout out to Jewel Burks out there. And I wanted to bring the technology that we had at Part Pick to Amazon. And we did that and launched a product back in 2018 called the Part Finder. And so since then, I've been working on a team that focuses on fairness and mitigating biases in AI technologies, including face technologies and speech technologies, et cetera. As you mentioned, I'm a country girl. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. I'm a Southern girl, and that's my hometown. And I wanted to make sure that, given that I had so much success in the tech industry, that I was affording those opportunities back to my hometown for other people who want to take that same path. And so I started the nonprofit, the BeanPath, in 2018, and we do free tech help for people in the community. Then I had the bright idea to expand that even beyond. We were working out at the local libraries. And so I said, well, let's actually get a building so we can scale what we're doing. And I know we've helped over 400 people so far, but we want to be able to do much more. And so that's where I acquired and purchased actually 14 acres of land in downtown Jackson, Mississippi. And we're developing over 700,000 square feet to create a live, work, play tech hub in that area. And so I'm excited about what's to come for that.
We're definitely excited for you. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, your BeanPath organization, but that does speak highly of who you are as a person, the fact that you become super successful and you go back to the hometown of Mississippi and continue to build in that area and provide opportunity. So we're going to talk about that a little later. Tiffany, 60 seconds. Who is Miss Tiffany?
So I'm Tiffany Johnson. I am a program manager at Amazon, specifically in the Black Business Accelerator. I've been with Amazon for 5 years, started fresh out of college. My first job was Amazon. And I'm also the CEO and founder of Muzi, a feminine care, wellness, and beauty brand that's hyper-focused on creating equal access and awareness to sustainable products. So just a little bit about, my backstory at Amazon. I came to Amazon Amazon, started as an environmental health and safety specialist, transitioned into a PR community specialist role, and decided that I wanted to get into sales, and just seeing the success and the impact that Amazon had on small businesses and third-party sellers, that inspired me to create access to and awareness for Black-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses on Amazon. So that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, look, and they are being serious when they say just a little bit, because they can literally go on and on about the amazing things that they've done in and out of Amazon, you know, inside and out of Amazon. So let's talk about that. So when Amazon launched its Black Business Accelerator, the company stated that Black entrepreneurs and Black business owners have less access to capital and the networks needed to drive small business success. So what were some of the challenges that you both faced when developing and growing your individual initiatives? Dr. Nashley, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so you know, for me, obviously, there's not a lot of women in the tech field, definitely not Black women on our engineering teams and on our science teams. And so you kind of have to deal with that from an early age. When I first started my first coding class in undergrad, and I remember I was almost at the top of my class in high school. And when I got there, it seemed like everybody else knew how to code except for me. And I'm like, I don't understand this. Like, did I miss a class? And, you know, like, I'm an overachiever. I'm supposed to be at the top, but I had to work hard. And I was like, you know, why are we always missing out on opportunities in our community when it comes to technology? It shouldn't be that way. Especially now, you have so many access to so many resources that are even freely available. STEM and tech fields are usually one of very few fields where you can learn and teach yourself and be able to make six figures without even going to college. And without having those type of skills and privilege and access to that in our communities, we're missing out on a lot of generational wealth. That's how Silicon Valley was created. And if we aren't providing those opportunities for people in our own communities, then we won't be able to reach that like they have, or especially even better than they have, because there's so much innovation that we can do that no one else has even thought of yet. All we need to know about are the tools. And that's what I wanted to bring to the people in my community. But again, the challenges also occur where people in the community don't even know what a tech hub is. So when I was trying to find financing and funding, several banks, Black, white, were not trying to talk to me. They were not talking tech hub in Jackson. What are you talking about? Like, you need to go take that money and go to an island and get a yacht or something. And I'm like, well, no, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And so it took a lot of steadfast, a lot of finding the right people who would believe in me and who would take this to the next level. Because I'm not a real estate developer, but I'm learning. I thought I was done with school, but apparently I'm still learning, and that's okay with me because this is what needs to be done.
Oh my goodness! When I tell you, I absolutely love that. You know, I use this statement a lot. We are what we see. And you literally are an example to not only, you know, our generation, younger generations, even older generations, that being a scientist and being into tech and being Black is possible, right? So I love everything that you just said, and I cannot wait for them to hear about this tech hub and for us to really learn what a tech hub is for those that don't know, that you're developing in Mississippi as well. So we're going to talk about that really soon. So what about you? Let's talk about some of those, I guess, adversities that you hit when developing, you know, everything that you've done at Amazon.
Yeah, so the Black Business Accelerator, it's a big initiative, and at Amazon we're very data driven, and you know, we always start with the customer, we work backwards, and that's how a lot of our initiative and projects launch. So for me, it was more so understanding how to tell that story. So how do I go to a VP and say, hey, I want X amount of dollars to implement XYZ initiative? So I really had to show data, you know, what were the pain points Black-owned businesses were facing or minority-owned businesses were facing in general, and why was it important for us to build this program, and then in long term, how will it impact them? You know, how will it trickle down into the community? How will it create more jobs? How will it economically empower the community as a whole? So for me, it was just finding the right data to tell that story. and just doing the whole beta testing, calling the customers on the phone saying, hey, what pain points do you face as a Black-owned business? What would you like to see? And data shows that only 6% of Black-owned businesses, make up the retail space.
Wow.
So, which is a really, really small amount. So just bridging that gap and telling that story to Amazon.
Well, Ms. Tiffany, you bridged the gap, all right. There was a $150 million pledge that you were a part of. Now I need to look. I love to clear up rumors. The rumor is that this was literally a coffee break. You guys were drinking coffee, and you and two other gentlemen come up with this grand idea to get $150 million so it is accessible to Black businesses. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, I need to go drink coffee with you. Please invite me next time. Well, so let's talk about that a little bit. You're sitting around and all of a sudden there's a need. How do you make this happen in a nutshell?
Yeah, so just taking it a step back. So I serve on the board of the Black Employee Network, and we're often challenged to think about solutions for our community and partner with other affinity groups to see how we can impact our community. And Jeff Wilkie was talking during a meeting, and he said, hey guys, I'm here to support you, and I want you guys to have these think big ideas and bring them to me. So that was the start. And then it's kind of twofold. So the first fold is just me being in the sales role, helping sellers in the US expand into Canada and Mexico, and then growing their accounts and seeing the dollars. You know, it was major. Some sellers were telling me how they were able to create jobs. I saw millions of dollars in their account, and I said, hold up. Like, why don't our community know of this?
Absolutely.
Brought it to Rashad. Rashad knew of Jeremy, and then he connected us, and that's where we started working together.
Wow, $150 million. That is amazing. And again, like you said, this is your first job out of
college.
Oh my gosh. But you know what? God will place you exactly where you're supposed to be at for the right opportunity at the right time. And one thing that I admire about both of you ladies is you have obviously created a great amount of success for yourselves, but you both have a heart for other people. Like, most people become successful and it's like, okay, I'm living in my purpose, but you continue to reach back. So I do want to talk to, I want to ask you, Dr. Dashley, about this 14 acres of land. You've decided to purchase this 14 acres of land for a tech hub, like you said, in Mississippi, right? In your hometown of Mississippi. So explain to us really quickly, what is a tech hub, and like how, I'm flabbergasted. Like, did you break ground recently?
We are breaking ground this fall. Okay. And I think the last article, it was an Inc. magazine article. It said it was a $25 million project. We've added more buildings. We're now at 150 million.
Oh, look at the number. 150 is, Lord, won't he do it? Yes, I receive it.
Now, I might not know much about real estate development, but I know that's a lot more than what we originally started with. But that's what happens when you get the right team in place and the right people who can help you crunch the numbers. I'm no stranger to asking for help. I take all the help I can get. So in terms of the tech hub, it's a live, work, play area. So what I always say is that, they say if you build it, they will come. However, if I were to set up shop in Silicon Valley and say, hey, I'm going to set up a little stand, I'm going to give away free AI advice. I'm an AI expert at Amazon. I can help you with your startup. Let me know. You can come here. I can help you. I can help you build it. I can give you some people to help you build it. I will have a line wrapped around the corner because those people understand the value of technical expertise and guidance and having access to people like that in your community. If I were to do that in my community, like Jackson, Mississippi, or other communities like that, what you will see is, first of all, they're like, why is she out there on the corner? Because it's hot. And then two, what do you even talk about? What is AI? I always say that emerging technologies like AI, cryptocurrency, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, these should be household names in all communities. Everyone should have access. This is the equity step. once you give people that equity, they're already brilliant. You're providing them with the tools and you just watch the innovation grow. And so that's what we're doing in the Tech Hub. But you have to do it in a way that is marketable to that group of people. And so it's not the same way I would go to Silicon Valley or New York City, which I've lived in both places. What I'm going to do is we're going to have music festivals. We're going to have culture and arts festivals. We're going to have cooking competitions and fry some fish. And we're going to have hush puppies because that's what we do. But what we're also going to do, we're going to sprinkle in a little hackathon here and there. We're going to have a robotics competition for the kids. So we're going to make sure that we're bringing the senior citizens and the mothers from the church out to show them how to build a website for their Sunday school class or for their small business. And you want to make sure that everybody is tapping into the resources. We've been so fortunate to have Amazon partner with us, as well as other large companies and corporations. The demand is so high. I had to really level up my team quickly. And so I'm so excited about the support that's coming in. And I can't wait for this, the next 2-3 years, definitely check on us. We're going to have many updates for you.
Oh, we will definitely be checking. We'll be in Mississippi. You just put out the call because now you have over 100,000 women that are a part of your community, right? So we're going to make sure we get the word out about that because that is something that our communities across the nation need to know about, and especially our children as well. So don't worry, we're going to help you get that word out. You don't even have to worry. You have free advertisement here, right? We're going to be letting everybody know. Tiffany, let's talk about, you've been at Amazon for 5 years. You've served in different roles, and you call yourself a multi-potentialite. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Let's talk about that because I think that once people learn that term, did you make that up or is that?
No.
Oh, that's the thing.
I saw it on a TED Talk.
Oh.
And I was like, that's me.
Because when I read it, I said, that's me. Can you share with everybody what that means exactly? Because I think we can identify. Some of us are looking for that label because we're, it's like we can't say we just do this or just do that.
Yeah.
So share with everybody what a multi-potentialite is.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, a multi-potentialite is just simply someone who has multiple passion and they pursue them either simultaneously or at the same time or different times.
I hear you ladies praising in your living rooms while you're watching. Yes, and you are as well. I'm telling you, I love it. That's because, life will try to make you one-dimensional, right? And we are great at a lot of different things. So it's great to put a term with it. Let me ask you this. You have your own brand outside of Amazon, too. And again, this speaks to the company of Amazon, that you work really hard for the organization, but they allow you to expand. Exactly. And they want you to grow. So you have your own beauty and wellness product. Tell everybody about that.
Yeah, so Muzi, as I mentioned in the start, it's a feminine care, wellness, and beauty brand that's hyper-focused on creating equal access and awareness to sustainable products. And I was actually inspired by Killer Mike
What does it say? You have to, oh my gosh, I can't remember all the words he says. It's I'm going to think of it later, but he has this thing, you got to cultivate.
Yeah. It was his Netflix series where he tried to live black for, I think it was 3 days.
I saw that over
during
COVID.
I was like, I had started using menstrual cups probably like a few months back. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to my girlfriends about it, and none of them knew what a menstrual cup was. So I was like, what? You don't know what a menstrual cup is? And I just happened to watch Killer Mike's Netflix series, and literally everything he tried to use, it was hard to find it from a black-owned company.
Wow.
And I was like, you know what? That's menstrual cups.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to launch a feminine care, wellness, and beauty brand and create access and awareness for women of color. And now we're here and I'm talking about menstrual cups, talking about sustainability to black women and why it's important to use more sustainable products in their homes.
Oh man, it's so funny how we can get inspiration from anywhere, right? That's so funny. She said Killer Mike. Okay, whatever works. But that is so true. That was such an inspirational series, and I love that you both continue to say bringing awareness, and that is why you are amazing. You are exposing our community to things that are not, like you said, we're not talking about these things at the kitchen table, but we definitely need to be. There are other people that are having these conversations, and we need to continue to have these conversations, which leads me Dr. Nashley, let's talk about, I'm kind of taking this in a different direction, eliminating excuses. And the reason why I say that is because you said you're from Mississippi. There weren't a lot of opportunities for you growing up as far as tech, right? So you're kind of in this lost world. Like, you have this gift, but you're not immersed in it where you're from. You become successful, and then you're bringing it back to your community now. So I'm hearing from you, it doesn't matter necessarily where you are from, how much, because I mean, did you have a lot of money to be able to become a scientist? I mean, like, let's talk about that, because we look at our surroundings and it'll sometimes paralyze us. And keep us where we are. So let's talk about that. How did you push past what you were surrounded around when you were growing up, really?
Yeah. So, I think for me, it goes back to the home, the upbringing. I grew up in a house full of women. My mother, we were at grandma's house. And so, we had all the women there, and we had to do everything, from mowing the yard to fixing stuff, hanging ceiling fans. And I believe that was what really kind of pushed me I was very encouraged to learn how things work, how to make things happen, how to build things. We're a true DIY family. Women, like we need a reality show or something. Like we've done everything from build fences to lay down floors, everything. And so I think that was kind of ingrained in me. Whereas even though I didn't see a lot of women, in engineering, or didn't even really know what an engineer was, I knew that I could solve problems, and I knew how to make things work. And so I remember my 8th grade teacher, she sent me to this summer camp where I did my first summer camp for girls in engineering. And I remember my whole mind was just blown. I knew that's what I wanted to do from that point on. And so people would ask, what you want to do when you grow up? I'm gonna be a computer engineer. I couldn't even hardly explain what it was. I just knew that that's what I wanted to be. And so, and like, she mentioned, I do several. I played the piano. I'm a musician. We were in the sports. We did a lot of things, but that was what really caught my attention, because I said, I see a lot of people doing these other things in my community, but I don't really see a lot of people doing this thing. So maybe this is where I have the most potential to grow. And so that's what it was. And I wanted to see how far I could go. And you never lose your other talents. Like that will always be with you. Like no one can take that away from you. For me, it was, what else can I learn out there in the world? Because that can possibly could take me farther than where I thought I could go.
That's really, really great. And let's talk about some of those opportunities, Tiffany. Is it true that people really can have their own store at Amazon?
Amazon is open to whomever, but I think, specifically for the Black community, they don't know.
That's it.
The opportunity. They don't know the potential. So just telling that story and saying, hey, come shop on Amazon. We have 300 million customers to put your products in front of. That's a big deal, and that's a lot of money. So
that is a lot of money. I don't know if you can share this information. If people do want to find out more information about how to start their own store at Amazon, where would they go to gain access? Because they'll go to Amazon.com, but we'll end up shopping instead of that's me at least. So yeah, how do they get that information?
So we have the sell.amazon/BBA landing page for Black-owned businesses that are interested. If you're not a Black-owned business and you're watching, sell.amazon.com.
I love that. Dr. Nashley, as we wrap up, let me ask you, how can allies help us Black women create economic impact for the Black community?
Well, I think it's simple. We need funding. We need sponsorship. We need expertise and guidance. There's no shortage of that we need. I think those who have had generations and generations to get ahead, whereas we're often just starting in this millennial age, we have a lot of catching up to do. But look at how far we've come and look at what we've accomplished. So why not share that wealth of knowledge and funding so that we can grow even more? And I think that's how you become an ally. I've heard it put before as a co-conspirator, because this is dangerous work oftentimes. Sometimes it's resistance. People will push back. You got to be strong to be an ally for a Black woman. So I think that's what it's going to take.
Oh, I love that. Okay, real quick as we wrap, because look, I have so many questions to ask you guys, but they are wrapping us. Let's talk about women that are watching today. Speak to them as far as staying motivated. How do they keep going? How do they push through? Because obviously we all have those moments where we want to give up. You're speaking to it right now, Dr. Nashley, when you say, I mean, finances can make you want to quit sometimes. The lack of affordability, the lack of resources, the lack of information, the lack of help. So if you could just share a few words, and I want you both to share a few words with everybody viewing today. Let's talk to our Black woman that's watching. How can she stay motivated? How can she keep pushing?
I think you have to find a good support system. It's not a matter of if it's going to get hard, it will get hard. It's going to be challenges. There are going to be obstacles. So you can kind of almost expect that. I mean, you don't have to lean towards that, but just know that they're going to come and just be prepared. Make sure that you have your self-care, because you need to re-up for that next battle that you got to get out there and fight. And for me, it's a matter of surrounding myself around positivity and making sure that I'm getting what I need from a day-to-day basis and taking care of me, because I take care of so many other people. A lot of people lean on me and depend on me because of my position and what I'm trying to do. And I want to make sure I'm there for them and can support them. So just remember to take care of you first.
Oh, that is really, really good. I love it. I think that is one. Oh my gosh. Look, I'm over here. Y'all about to make me tear up. But seriously, that is what we always forget to do, is take care of self. What about you, Tiffany?
So I think for me, I received this advice my first role at Amazon: keep doing the next right thing. And that's something that I've taken with me, everywhere I go. When you come at the end of the road and you have to make two decisions, keep doing the right thing. Dr. Nashley talked a little bit about self-care. For me, I'm really big on therapy, therapy for my marriage, therapy for myself, and that's a part of self-care. And then lastly, surrounding yourself with the right people. BBA would have never happened with just myself. It took Rashad Lewis, Jeremy Erdman, and hundreds of Amazonians to launch this project. So finding the right people, self-care, mental health, and keep doing the next right thing.
Well, thank you both. You all are absolutely amazing. You literally exemplify what we are looking for, right? You become successful and you bring it all back around, and you continue to empower those that come behind you. And, may you both continue to be blessed. And thank you so much for the information that you shared today. Wow. I personally feel like I'm walking away with so much more information and so much more knowledge than I even had before. So I know you guys have also blessed our women that are watching today. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Lady Jade.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nashley.
Thank y'all.
One truth, one dream, one voice can change everything. At Capital One, we're cultivating a workplace where every voice is heard and everyone realizes their full potential. We win as one team, but without sacrificing our individuality. Join our award-winning Capital One team by visiting the website below. You can also interact with our recruiters during the mentor session and on Slack using #CapitalOneCareers. Now, get ready for a conversation with me and my colleague, Kanika Rainey, about owning your voice and story in the workplace.
Hi, I'm Jessica Pumphrey, and I'm on the corporate communications team at Capital One. Today, I'm here with Siobhan Gordon, our Vice President of Diversity Recruiting, and Kanika Rainey, our Senior Director of Diversity Recruiting. And today, we're here to talk to you about owning your voice in the workplace and your story. And with that, let's get started. So Siobhan, tell us, who in your life embodies Black Girl Magic?
Wow. So Jessica, that was actually hard for me because I naturally go to Michelle Obama. That's a given. But for folks who know me, I'm an engineer by trade. And so I'm a bit of a science and a math geek. And so I have to go with Katherine Johnson. So the true hidden figure, talking about, you often hear me talking about how it's lonely being the only. Talk about lonely being the only, and yet she persevered. She put our first person on the moon, and I love her as well because my kids can look at her and see how cool science, technology, and math is. So I have to go with Katherine.
That's beautiful.
So fun fact about Katherine, and I didn't learn this until after the Hidden Figures movie came out. So she grew up next door to my grandmother.
Right.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes, yes. And so she actually sang at my aunt's wedding.
I'm such a fangirl. And Christine Darden actually sits on the board at Virginia State with me. And she was also a computer back in the day. So I fangirl over the computers.
That is amazing.
I don't know if you knew I was that much of a STEM person. I love Catherine
You're
Johnson.
multifaceted.
And we have to share stories now about that you told me that, Kanika. Something else to make our conversations go over.
Absolutely. Kanika, what about you? Who exudes Black girl magic for you?
Wow, so many women out there, and ironically, the first person who comes to mind would be Michelle Obama, but I'm not going to go with her. I am also not going to go with Stacey Abrams.
Another great one.
I am not going to go with Kamala. I'm going to have to go with my mother. My mother, Vivian Rainey. She grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts, and I am who I am because of her. Right, and so you have this incredible, intelligent, strong woman who's full of wisdom, full of compassion, one of the most compassionate women that I know, but also exudes strength, right? She is who has motivated me to do most of what I've done in my life and to be able to accomplish what I've been able to accomplish in my life.
That is beautiful.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Thank you for sharing
now,
that.
Jessica and I have to say hi, Mom.
Yes.
Because you just made us, our moms
Hello,
are like,
Mom.
well, what about us?
So with that, Michelle Obama is such a key figure in just a lot of Black girls' experiences, right? They know Michelle Obama to be their first lady, or their first understanding of what a first lady could be. She's noted as saying, don't waste your seat at the table. And for us, that means a lot of different things. But I wanted to ask both of you, how do you find your voice and own your story in the workplace?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I love that Michelle says that. Carla Harris also says that too. And what I love about what Carla Harris says is if you have a seat at a table, you're obligated to use it, right? Because so few of us, people who look like us, actually have a seat at the table. So when you're there, you have to speak up and you're obligated to use it. And if you don't use it, you need to give it up, right? For me, I do think it is taking advantage of that seat at the table, recognizing that it may be uncomfortable there, but recognizing that you are also opening the door for others who are not at the table.
Absolutely.
Kanika's heard my saying, which is push up, pull up, right? And so when I'm at the table, I'm figuring out how I can pull up other folks and how I can push up the folks that are there with me. And, we often hear about the glass ceiling, how can I crack it open, kick the door open so that more people can come up with me? That's not always easy, but I think people like Michelle Obama, Stacey Abrams have proven to us that it's possible. And I think it's important that we continue to show people that it's possible.
That is amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as you were talking, Siobhan, I was just thinking it's a privilege, right? And so one is understanding and owning that it's a privilege. And when I think about my voice, who else can have my voice? Who else can say what I can say, right? And so I think about it from that perspective. I also think about how many times have you actually sat at a table and heard someone say something that maybe you were thinking that you didn't say?
Right.
Right? And so it's almost a wasted opportunity, right? And, I always look at it as, I've gotten this invitation, right? I am here, and how do I best leverage this for myself, and to your point, Siobhan, for those around me as well.
Right. And then to your point too, Kanika, just building, like somebody says something and you're like, oh, I was going to say that. I learned a very valuable lesson from my coach, which is we should still say it. Because coming from us, it means something different, right? Because of our perspective and because of our seat and what we bring with that statement, it means a completely different thing for it to come from Kanika, for it to come from Jessica, for it to come from Siobhan.
That's an interesting perspective. But when you say that, I think about how many times I've said something, but then another person comes and says it too, someone who doesn't look like me. And sometimes it's heard differently in a way that may be received that will give them some type of a lift.
That's right.
But I missed the lift.
Right.
Right? And so I'm trying to reconcile what you were just saying with that.
Yeah.
And so how do I, if I am going to still say it, how do I make sure that it is such a distinction that it doesn't take away from anyone else, but it also does create the lift that you were just talking about.
And that it's heard.
Exactly.
Right. So much of our experience is really fall in line with like what we tell ourselves and how we remain just strong in who we are and our identity in the workplace. So when it comes to having a seat at the table and making sure your voice is heard and it's distinct, so often when we aren't heard, when we don't speak up, there are those little voices that tell us you're not good enough, that tell us because said person didn't recognize you, you're not worthy to be there. So Kanika, how do you overcome negative self-talk?
Ooh, that's a tough one, Jessica. I think the biggest thing that I have found to create impact for me when it comes to negative self-talk is affirmations. And it's something, I think it's old school, it's new school, right? Because people are reinventing, you know, what are self-affirmations and what they look like, how do you incorporate them in your day-to-day life? But I actually recorded myself saying multiple self-affirmations. It's about 10 minutes long. I listen to it every morning, preferably when I'm outside taking a walk. Sometimes it might actually just be in my bed laying down when I first wake up. Today it was on the plane here to Dallas, Texas, when I had a chance to listen to it. And I also keep affirmations on my desk. So sometimes in between meetings, I'll read them. Right before a presentation, I'll go through them and say them as well. But that's one of the things that I have found. I would love to hear what you do, Siobhan, but before I hand it over to you, there's so much negativity in the world, right? And so I have convinced myself that I can't be a part of that, at least not for myself.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that 100%. You know, in my house, we typically don't watch the news, right? Because I feel like there's so much focus on negative, and when there is positive, it's a tiny little bit. I love the affirmations too, by the way. I'm thinking, I need to try that. And I do something similar, Kanika, where I got some good advice once that when you hear that voice in your head that's telling you that negative thing, and I like to call them the coulda, shoulda, wouldas. Oh, I shoulda, or I could have done that, or I wish I would have said. I write it down. So write down that negative talk. Siobhan, you're not good at public speaking, or Siobhan, you're not great at numbers. And then write down all the reasons why that's not true. Right? So like I'm actually great at numbers. I have a degree in engineering. I can do these things. And it helps you to kind of combat that negative self-talk. And then the other part is, who are your people? Because your people will say, I don't want to hear that foolishness, because let me tell you all the things that you are doing well. And so between writing it down and then just having your people, and the great thing about your people, right? And your people can be colleagues, they can be friends. Some people call it their personal board of directors. What I love about your people is they will help you with the negative self-talk, but then they will also give you the feedback that you need to hear, right? Which, very true. You know, you get a lot of, you're great, Kanika, that was awesome, but you need the person to say, let me talk to you about how you probably should have spoken up in that meeting, you probably should have said this thing. So your people become really important.
And you're good at that. So I've witnessed it both personally, but also with other people as well. Yeah. So definitely, as you were talking, I was thinking about the stories that we create in our heads, right? And I think I didn't really know much about this growing up, but as an adult around in my 20s, I realized much of the negative self-talk is not based on facts. It's based on maybe an experience, right? Something happens and then you create a whole story around it, right? And so once I recognize that a lot of it's just the stories, I start to unpack it. So similar to the exercise you were doing, but mainly in my head. And then the other thing is I like to do to help combat negative self-talk is to look at my old performance reviews. And so maybe a recent one from that year or 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And it's like, okay, and you're looking at all the feedback that you have there, and I found that to be helpful as well.
That too. You have to have a You Rock folder. So,
That's
and
great.
I think I told you
Yes.
that. You did. When I get feedback about Kanika, I send it to her and I said, put it in the Kanika Rocks folder. Yes. And like when you get promoted, the congratulations. And when you're having that day where the negative self-talk is overwhelming, you go back and you look at those. And it reminds you why you have that seat at the table and why you're doing what you're doing and why you are awesome and why you rock.
Love it. Your people.
Working with purpose.
That's right. Your purpose.
So when we talk about your personal board of directors, what characteristics do you look for those directors? Like who do you need in your circle to help you combat negative self-talk and get over any barriers you're experiencing in the workplace?
First and foremost, and I think you mentioned this, was candor, right? So someone who's not afraid to tell me just the good, but who's also not afraid to tell me, here's what you could be doing differently. So I think that's most important. I think obviously trust has to be there. People who are sharing the same type of energy space that I'm sharing as well. People who are moving forward, not staying in the past. People who are where I want to be, right? I've often been told to surround myself with people who are where you want to be, right? Which will help keep you from being complacent. So those are a few things that I think about and look for as I'm creating my personal board of directors or my tribe or my people.
Your people. And knowing that your people may be lots of different places, right? They could be where you work now. For me, there's a lot of people who used to work with me. When you work with a company for 20 years, you come across a lot of people and they come and go. And so they may be at other companies. I really do look for people who are going to not necessarily tell me what I want to hear, but tell me what I need to hear. And sometimes that is like, Siobhan, like, you were wrong and you probably should have done that differently. Or it's like, Siobhan, you really need to step into that new job, right? Which is how I ended up in HR. Siobhan, you need to really push that because I don't think you're satisfied with that answer. And particularly for us, right? Women, particularly Black women, we don't get actionable feedback because there's a fear. There's a fear that we're going to get emotional, or there's a fear that we're going to get angry. And so your people need to be able to give you that feedback no matter how painful it might be to us. And so I really look for the person who can do that. A lot of the things that Kanika said, I want people who are someplace where I want to be. Maybe they're in a bigger job. Maybe they're just doing a different job. Maybe they're starting their own company. How can I learn from them? Absolutely. And then it does need to be two-way also. Like, I expect that I need to do the same for them.
I was just going to say that, yeah. You guys, both of you have just made such a great impression on me in my time at Capital One. And I know that a lot of that has to do with your time at the company, but also just your values and understanding like that whole push-pull. So I've been a direct beneficiary of that thinking. So Siobhan, you've been at Capital One for more than 20 years. That is incredible. Can you speak a little to how one can position themselves for advancement in the workplace, Black women specifically?
Yeah, and for the record, I started when I was 12. That's a great question. And this is where I often go into the difference between a mentor and a sponsor, right? A sponsor or advocate is critical for advancement because we have to recognize that there are tables where we don't sit. And we need an advocate who's sitting at a table who can pound the table for us and say, Siobhan needs this opportunity and here's why. And it's so important. And I think oftentimes people they use mentor and sponsor like they're the same, and they're not. Like, a mentor is great. It's somebody you need for some point in time coaching about a thing, a skill, or circumstance. The difference with a sponsor is they're typically more senior. They can create opportunity for you. They can provide specific coaching. And that is so important. And I've been blessed to have those advocates and sponsors. And typically I've come across relationships with them through my work, right? So relationships that we build with people on projects and maintaining those relationships. You know who great sponsors and advocates are? And Kanika, I heard you talk about this, former leaders, right? Maybe somebody that you worked with who took a different role because that relationship is already there. They know your work. And they're going to be willing to, and with sponsorship comes risk, right? Like, that person is kind of saying, hey, I'm advocating for Siobhan. I think she's awesome. So if I mess up, there's risk involved with that. But it's so important to cultivate those sponsorship relationships. And then the other thing is, as the person being sponsored, I need to be prepared to help that sponsor tell my story. What does Siobhan want to do? Had I never said I had an interest in diversity recruiting, my sponsor wouldn't have known to say, hey, you should consider Siobhan for that. So you also have to prepare them to tell your story and to speak and advocate on your behalf. So again, it's that two-way relationship where there's a little bit of give and take.
That's incredible.
Well said.
Well said.
And I really, and you know this, right? Yeah. Like, oftentimes in conversations I have with people who want to talk to me about career advice, the first question I ask is, do you have a sponsor? And a lot of times the response is, I don't think I know what that is. And so it's a great opportunity for me to educate people on the difference.
The thing about sponsorship, though, is unlike a mentor, you can't just go and ask someone like, hey, will you be my sponsor? Right. Right? So how do we as Black women secure sponsors in corporate America? It's something that I've thought about. It's there are programs I've created at other companies around sponsorship as well. But if you don't have those programs, how do you position yourself to get sponsored?
That's right. And that's where I think it's a great point, and that's where leveraging your local employee resource groups and business resource groups, a lot of times they will sit down with you, I know I've done this, and kind of map out who could be your sponsors. Let's look at some org charts and figure out who has visibility to your work. Particularly the senior leaders in that ERG, they want to help, right? At Capital One, we have our Voices Advisory Council. And it's a group of senior leaders at Capital One, and they want to help. So how can you tap into that network of people who's been there, who's done that, and maybe they can be your advocates and sponsors and help you forge those relationships?
I agree. I also think that there's an opportunity for you, and you touched on this a bit, Siobhan, is how do you help them tell your story, right? And so how are you getting in front of these people and telling your story so that they can tell your story and tell it correctly?
That's right.
Right? And, Black women, even Black men, but I'm just going to stick with Black women because it's specific, I think definitely, or more so with Black women, we don't advocate. It's not, no, we don't, thank you. We don't talk about our accomplishments the way we should, right? So there's a course, and I have to throw this out there, it's called I Am Remarkable. So hashtag I Am Remarkable. You can go find it, Google it. And it talks about why self-promotion is so important and going against, culture, gender norms, because as women, we are brought up that it's not okay to toot your own horn. But actually, if you don't, who else is going to do it, right? And it goes back to the conversation we had before. You want to tell your story so that others can accurately tell your story. And best believe all of your peers around you, particularly the ones that don't look like you, they're doing it.
That's right. That is so important, Kanika. I'm so glad you said that. There was even a book, it's an old book, but it was called How to Toot Your Own Horn Without Blowing.
I remember that.
Yeah. And it was all about, as women, that is such a hard thing for us. And so we have to work at it, and it is essential.
It sounds like you all are doing that, though, and writing the affirmations and listening to them and playing them back, and even writing some of the negative self-talk and refuting them actively. So you're actively engaging with owning your story in those ways and correcting yourself, speaking truth to who you are, which is so important. What is so interesting to me is we started to talk a little bit about development opportunities and programs. Wanted to just hear from you, Siobhan, what is Capital One currently doing to support the professional development of their Black and Brown employees?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jessica. I'll start with Voices, right? I love Voices. I sit on the Leadership Council for Voices, and we do offer programming for our members. One of it is our Magellan program, and that one is for some of our earlier career folks, some of the folks who maybe they don't quite know what they want to do, right? And it allows them to think about how they build their personal brand, their vision. As a part of the summit, you'll hear from Gloria Gravlin, who was instrumental in helping us stand up that program and run it for a number of years. And so a great place to look first is your ERGs, and that's the case for Capital One. Also, our women's ERG, Empower, does the same. We've started to leverage Lean In Circles, and we've even got Lean In Circles specific to the associates. So if you're in tech, we have a Women in Tech ERG. We call them BRGs at Capital One, but most people call them ERGs, where if there are tech-specific things where it can be hard for a woman to be in tech, right? There's not a lot of us. Sometimes it is a programmer culture, right? It's all about men, and so how do you get comfortable in those scenarios? And then the other thing that we encourage for our women is, aside from professional development, it's just taking care of ourselves, acknowledging just the stress and the amount of the family responsibilities that women take on. So we encourage a lot through our mental wellness programs, our benefits, and then we try to customize a lot of the offerings from our ERGs to focus on just taking care of ourselves and having those Lean In Circles where you can share your experiences, learn from others, affirmations, dealing with stress. Particularly now, right? We're still in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah.
A lot of that, the burden of that pandemic has fallen on women. And we are seeing women leave the workforce at alarming rates. And so just continuing to support our women meet them where they are and provide them, what they need to be successful from a career perspective, but then also as a human as well.
So important. So when it comes to just general characteristics that you should look for in a mentor, what are some things that come to mind?
So Siobhan and I were just having this conversation about mentors the other day. I had mentioned to her that there's a woman at Capital One that I recently asked to be my mentor. And I've always been taught with mentors, you should have one that is one step above you, maybe 2 or 3 steps above you. And then obviously you should be mentoring someone below you. And then Siobhan reminded me that you should actually have a peer mentor as well. And similar to people that I'm looking for to be a part of my board of directors, I'm looking for some of the same things, right? So these are people who are exhibiting traits that I identify with, or I would like to maybe do better, right? I see them doing things, the work that they do, the way that they handle themselves, someone that I know that I can go to and get that real talk, get advice, get spot coaching, just on specific situations and just maybe just in general as well. So very similar to the board of directors, I would say, but just thinking about it, okay, at different levels and thinking about, okay, how is this applicable to me here, today, and tomorrow?
Yeah. And mentors will rotate, right? Like you may have them for a while, and then once you get really good at the thing, you may identify the need for another mentor. So like your mentor, like board of directors, will be ever changing.
That's awesome. And why do you think it's so important for women, especially, to be mentored? And I know, Siobhan, you touched on a little bit about women leaving the workforce at a rapid rate due to the pandemic and other pressures. So why do you think it's so important for women today, especially, to be cultivated and mentored?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us to continue to grow and really to address some of the, I don't want to say injustices, but inequities that we see in the workplace, we learn, right? How do we learn from others, particularly women, when we see other women who are doing it well, right? When we start to look at people like Ursula Burns, Tasanda Duckett, right? Like when we start to see what we are capable of, and yet we know that those women are experiencing a lot of the same micro inequities that we are experiencing in the workplace, how do we learn from each other? Jessica, if I see you doing something really well, like, hey, you handled that brilliantly. Like, talk to me about how you handled that situation. And then it just becomes a bit of a flywheel, and that we learn, and then we mentor other people and they learn. That's why I think it's really important that we continue that learning and we continue to educate. And really, like, selfishly, I have 2 little girls at home. Well, they're not little. They're 12 and 17. But I have 2 little girls at home. And so I often think about how will they learn? And mentoring is a way that can happen. And acknowledging that sometimes your mentors won't look like you, right? So if you see somebody doing something and it's a white male, right? They sit at tables that we don't sit at. They have perspectives that are not ours. And in order for us to understand them, we may need them as mentors as well. So how does that learning just continue, and how do we keep it fresh for the folks who are here with us now, but then for the folks who are coming after us?
Absolutely. And that leads me to my final question, and it is around what we aspire to in the future. So the future workplace, when you think about it, what experiences do you aspire for Black women to have? How are you two both contributing to a workplace that is more equitable, that is more inclusive? And what kind of experiences would you like for your little girls to have?
This is a loaded question. I will. It's one that I feel like could make me emotional if I let myself go there. I think about, I have friends who are having children. We have a colleague who just had a set of twins, one of which is a little girl, Amal. And I think about my goddaughters. I have a goddaughter. She is at Spelman College, so shout out to Spelman College. And that's my alma mater as well. But Nyla Barnes at Spelman, and I think about her future and what am I doing to create a future that's going to be better for her peers, and then everyone that all the women who are coming behind her. And I have found myself in work that is doing exactly that. So work that is very specific to identifying inequities But then how do we course correct for those inequities? And then how do we ensure that these things don't happen again? Creating awareness with leaders at corporations who may not have even known that these things were happening, right? And helping them to understand why it's important that we do different, right? And looking at it from multiple angles. So I think we've looked at it for many years. We've looked at talent acquisition, right? And like making sure our hiring process is equitable and we're being fair and consistent. But we're recently now moving into thinking about, okay, how does this affect performance management? How does this affect promotions, right? And obviously we've been doing pay equity before, right? But even looking at benefits, you know, and thinking about there's certain benefits that only benefit certain groups of people or certain demographics, right? And so I find joy in being able to do this work, being able to position myself, being at the table and using my voice to ensure that we are creating a different corporate America for tomorrow. Going back to the beginning, I recognize the privilege that I have, and I've tried to use that privilege to learn, to grow, and then teach others.
That's right. I love that. I won't say much more other than I just want my daughters to have every opportunity. Right now we have two. We have 2 Black women who are CEOs, 2. And so how do we make it so for my daughters, I don't have to say, I don't know that you're going to be able to do that. I want them to have every opportunity that any other human has. It shouldn't be, as a Black woman, you're very smart. Or Siobhan, we don't have that many Black women engineers. I just want them to be smart and engineers and have opportunities and not always have to feel like there's a qualifier because they're Black women.
Well, thank you both for the work that you are doing in this space. Like I said earlier, I am a direct beneficiary of your leadership at Capital One, and we hope this conversation was valuable to each of our Boss Women community, and we thank you for the time.
Dear Big Sis, I've been watching you, and I told Mom what you've been up to. She told me to keep an eye on you. She also said, if I keep on keeping up with you, I might end up just like you. The truth is, I hope she's right. I admire what you're doing, and I do want to be just like you. I want to dare like you. Climb the stairs like you. I even want my hair like you. I just want to say that I do appreciate you. And everything you see. Because when I look at you, it's what I want to be.
To all the sisters out there, we see you. And so do they. Shine different.
Women Who Upgraded, Redefining Our Voice. This session is being presented by Cream of Nature, and I am super excited to be chatting with Naturi Naughton. You guys know her from her hit show Power. We also know her from a really cool girl group back in the day, and she's going to be sharing how she's upgraded her voice, how she's showing up in spaces and places, and how she is not allowing her Black girl magic to dim NASA's it's shining through. Thank you so much, Naturi, for being with us.
Oh, of course. Thank you. Thanks for that awesome intro.
Absolutely. Tell everybody what's been going on. Who is Naturi?
Oh, well, I don't know if we have a lot of time, but we might have to have dinner and drinks for that. But no, I think what's been going on is that I have really been someone who has continued to reinvent herself, a survivor. You know, obviously, like you said, I've been in this business since I was 15 in the girl group 3OW, and having the ability to transition into an actress from being a music artist, it's amazing. I feel like Naturi is a survivor. I'm a fighter. I am a pusher. You know, I push the limits and I don't take no for an answer. And I think just being, you know, willing to fail and fall short and then pick yourself back up again, that's also who I am. And I'm just grateful to have a career 25 years later.
So tell us how you got started. You said you started in the business at 15. What did that look like? Take us back to 15-year-old Naturi. What was she doing in these streets?
Ooh, what was 15-year-old Naturi doing in these streets? I would say that, you know, she was really worried about what other people thought about her. She was constantly trying to seek approval, which can be draining and exhausting. And I always tell young people, be your unique self, because everything else is just going to wear you out. Trust me. So I think, when I was 15 and in the girl group, I learned that I was stronger than I thought I was. I also learned that I am good enough. And that was something that I think I struggled with, and probably most teenagers do. Feeling good enough is always something that I think we even battle with in our adulthood. So I'm glad that I evolved from that version of myself.
What was that moment like for you, right? Like, how did you get to the point where you started believing in yourself and your voice and that you were good enough? Like, was there something specific that happened?
Wow, that's such a great question, actually, because you always wonder, like, when did it shift? Like, at what moment did you say, okay, I got this? I think maybe it was, you know, me going to college and having a normal life. I went to Seton Hall University after I was out of the group 3OW. I decided, you know what, I'm more than just my talent. And I think that builds confidence, because going to college and studying political science, and I was a straight A student at Seton Hall, definitely helped me gain my confidence that, okay, I can do anything I set my mind to. But it was when I got on Broadway. I think when I was in school and I got an opportunity to audition for Hairspray and I actually got it, being on Broadway was the turning point, because it was like, oh, I can act, sing, dance on stage, and, you know, there's no drama of the music business. I think that was the moment that really helped, I think, catapult me into the next phase of my life. And I knew in that moment that I am good enough, because if I'm on Broadway and these people say I'm good enough, then I must be doing something right. And then the second thing I just want to say too is, on a deeper level, knowing you're good enough starts with your spiritual connection. And I think being a faithful woman and a woman who grew up, you know, singing in New Hope Baptist Church, going back to my community, my God, my faith, my spirit, I think, was full. Once I knew that He is in control, and I definitely had to remind myself of my faith. And that's what also helped me kind of know that I was good enough.
You know, I can relate to that so much in terms of like control, right? Like, we as women always want to control the situations. I want to control someone being where they're supposed to be. I want to control navigating spaces that I'm not necessarily in control of what the answer or the outcome is going to be, right? And so, girl.
We should never try to do that, because when you do it, you're like, Lord Jesus, I am exhausted. But once you release that power, right? And that, I think, power, pun intended, but the power of my relationship with God and my relationship with who I am is what really will get you to that next level.
You know, it's interesting because sometimes you've played these incredible roles, right? Like you've had some really amazing acting gigs. How did you go from singing to Broadway to acting, and as a Black woman being in entertainment and in Hollywood, how are you using your voice in those spaces?
You know, I think that's such a good point because it's not always easy to use your voice and to be seen as a multidimensional character in Hollywood. When you're a Black woman, sometimes I feel like we get pigeonholed and put in a box, or we can only be one version of a Black woman. You know what I'm saying? There's so many of us. We are complex. We are beautiful. We are layered. And I think the way that I approach things and using my voice is making sure in the characters that I choose that I display how multifaceted we really are. Because Black women are fabulous, but we're also, some of us may be bruised playing a character who, like Tasha St. Patrick, who's dealing with, a marriage that's broken, but marrying a drug dealer and trying to be the boss of a business that's undercover, but also playing a character like Little Kim, who's vulnerable and comes from the streets and is hurting. And even the character I'm playing now and approaching in Queens is a woman who's really strong in her faith and dealing with some inner struggles about how to approach being in the music business and being a woman of God. So I think that if we choose our characters or our work and make sure that we can speak to how multidimensional we really are, we give other women who are watching a chance to see themselves in a real way, not just in a caricature way.
Listen, because I'm a Power fan. Our household is a Power fan. My husband talks back to the TV when Power was on. Like we were Tasha and Ghost fans, to say the least.
Yes, Team Tasha.
Yes, and so as you played that role out, and you were standing up for yourself in that role. You were redefining yourself in that role, which is really around this conversation of redefining your voice, right? How do you apply as an actress things that happen, and how do you take that and apply that to your life when you see a role that you have to play that redefines themselves? How do you apply that to your life?
Yes, because Tasha St. Patrick, honey, she was constantly evolving, redefining, dealing, she kind of had to roll with a lot of punches, and Ghost was throwing a lot of them at her. And she just kept being the strong mother and ride or die wife. She just kept being the woman that's holding it down. I think the way that I apply that to my life is think about a little bit of Tasha is a little bit of me. And I think a lot of women have come up to me and been like, oh, girl, Tasha is my girl, because they feel like they're watching a reflection of themselves. And I apply that and just think to myself, okay, Tasha's going through a lot. She's always kind of, like you said, redefining. I think, okay, if she can survive that in a fictional world, which is way more dramatic to my real life, I can apply that too. And even when we're afraid, I think we have to continue to push ourselves, push other people to see us different. So redefining your voice starts with you letting go of the fear. So for me, it's like a fear-based thing. If you are going through life in your relationships, your marriage, your career, and you're afraid to step out on whatever you need to do, step out on faith, step out on, yourself, you need to say, okay, let me let go of that so I can redefine. And I think once Tasha decided I can do bad all by myself, honey, or she decided it's just me and my children, I got to protect my family, my kids, my son, Tariq, although he was acting crazy, I'm going to protect him at all costs, to the point where she went to jail for him. And I think we just start to realize what mothers and what women do on a daily basis. Maybe it's not as dramatic as Tasha's life, but we do a lot of amazing, strong-willed things every single day.
Listen, I am a new mom and I can attest.
Yes. You know what it is. Me too. My daughter just turned 4. So I'm like, it's no joke. We're superheroes, right? You
No,
are
seriously.
too.
No, seriously. Somebody had this corny joke and they're like, motherhood is the hardest hood I'd have never been to. But I'm like, no, but for real though, like it really is.
Like you don't want these streets.
No.
These mommy streets will knock you down if you're not strong enough.
Seriously. But as we think through that, right? Like what has some of your challenges been? Like I know that as you've pivoted your career, what has been some of your hardest challenges and what have been some of your biggest lessons that you've learned through this entertainment journey?
Actually, recently I've learned that everyone is not your friend. I've lost some friends along the way. And I have learned that every stage of your life, some people are not meant to go with you to that next phase, that next stage. And that's deep. And it's hard sometimes because you get comfortable, you feel like you got your crew and you have your girlfriends or whatever it is. And this applies to everyone, man or woman, no matter where you come from. When success happens and when you get to a certain point, you learn that, okay, I have to really narrow my circle. I have to really concentrate. I have to really like weed out the extra distractions because there will always be people that will smile in your face, but really aren't necessarily there for you. And when the going gets tough and rough, they're nowhere to be found. But when there's, events and premieres and the red carpet and the money is flowing and you're going to all these parties, popping bottles, people want to be down. So be wary of those who are there for the good, but aren't consistently there for you during the bad. I have been up and I have been down. I have been broke and I have had a little money. I ain't rich yet. I'm working on it, but I just want
Me too, girl.
I'm still working my way, but I think it's important to recognize that. I think as you go, just remember, and that's something I learned, that everyone's not meant to go with you.
No, that's deep though, and that's real. The bigger the dream, sometimes the smaller your crew, right? Like, and that can be sometimes really hard, but everybody don't understand what you're trying to ultimately create, and you can't just be on the coattail of me at all times. So that was really good. Tell us about, representation and how you're showing up and representing Black women when you have these new roles. You talked a little bit about your new roles in Queens and what that looks like, but what does representation mean for you? And when you're in those spaces and you're representing for Black women, how are you educating others who could be allies to Black women?
That is such a good question because people are still learning how to accept us in all of our fabulousness. I mean, I feel like there's been this trend like, Black is in or, melanin popping. Like we always been popping. We've always been here. They're like Black girl magic from the beginning of time. So I don't know why all of a sudden all these different companies and corporations are suddenly, Black Lives Matter. They've always mattered. We've always been magical. We've always been beautiful. So sometimes that frustrates me a little bit because I'm like, y'all are just jumping on a bandwagon that has literally been happening since eternity. My grandmother is Black girl magic. My great-great-grandmother, my mother. So I digress, but I just wanted to say that because I think representation in Hollywood or in the commercial space or in whatever field is so crucial. And the way that I have chosen, particularly being a brown-skinned girl, is making sure that we show how beautiful and not dilute all of who we are. And I think even in the new show that I'm doing, Queens, with Eve and Brandy, myself, Nadine Velasquez, there's so many different colors and flavors of who we are. Why not celebrate that? And I think I just gravitate towards the work that celebrates us. I mean, Courtney Kemp, who wrote Power and is our showrunner, a Black woman who is writing a story that you think is about, ghosts and men, but it's also some strong women like the Tasha character that she's revealing to the world. So representation matters, showing that Black women are all different shades and we are desirable. Representation matters because we have to show how women, Black women in particular, are more than just a fad or a trend. I don't like being on trend. Don't hashtag me. Just consistently love me, consistently give us the work, consistently give us the nominations for the Oscars and the Emmys. Why is it Oscars so white and now this year? So like, we have to create our own lane. And honestly, sometimes waiting for that acceptance from the masses is just going to be a long wait that is not always worth it.
You know, it can be. And I loved how you talked about just creating our own, right? Creating our own space. That's really what Black Girl Magic is about. It's highlighting these stories of possibility and hope. Because as a Black woman, if I see the story of possibility, I know that I can do it also, which is so important, right? And so when we think about who inspires you to really stay grounded and stay in your space, who inspires you to just keep going?
I mean, like I said earlier, my mother, she is an amazing, strong, beautiful Black woman. And many, my grandmothers. Who inspires me also are my fans. People who've been rocking with me since 3LW, and I see them on, whether it be on Instagram or social media or Twitter, or even in person at the grocery store. They're like, sis, you do not know what you have done for me. Or, I'm loving what you're doing on your show Power, and it's giving me a chance to feel confident and sexy, or whatever it is that they feel. I think when fans really connect to the work that I do, it's so, I think, refreshing, and it also is encouraging. That inspires me. Different artists, growing up, I loved, Whitney Houston, may she rest in peace. That was a huge inspiration. Growing up in New Jersey, I'm from East Orange. She's also from Jersey. Being able to see yourself make it, like a Jersey girl who's a Black woman, make it as a singer like Whitney, changed my life, truly. People, like Angela Bassett, Jada Pinkett Smith, those are other artists, Leela Rashawn Fuqua. They have inspired me to see, like, okay, if you can be in this game for 40 plus years, Regina King, Sanaa Lathan. So those are some of my artist inspirations. But in life, my daughter actually inspires me a great deal, being a mother. And I wasn't expecting to become a mom. When I was shooting Power, I was pregnant in season 4, 5 months pregnant, and no one really knew it. And I kind of didn't really know if I was going to be shunned or how the industry would receive that. So becoming a mother was scary for me, I'm going to be honest. And that was a big step of redefining myself too. Like, I never realized, like, oh, I can also be this badass, person and character, and still be a great mother, and still be a future wife. I'm recently engaged. I think that I learned that we don't have to always choose. We can be great, and we can do as much as we aspire to do. So my daughter, Zuri, is one of my biggest inspirations, because I know she's a brown girl who will grow up and look at me and say, okay, I can do it too. So that's an honest blessing.
Yes, absolutely. What advice would you give, or Zuri, on owning her voice when she is grown and popping and running things? What advice would? Oh, listen, I can already believe it. I already know. And what are you instilling in her that other moms who are listening in can be instilling and ensuring in their children?
I think for all the mothers out there and just parents in general, one of the things I instill is that the world doesn't make you great. I think Zuri, particularly as a brown-skinned Black woman, and just making sure that she sees her reflection and doesn't look at the commercials that are constantly projected as, oh, if I don't look like her, if I'm not this, or if I don't have this kind of hair or body or whatever. There's so many pressures nowadays. And I think it's starting with kids younger and younger and younger. We have to teach our children that they are enough and that the world doesn't make you great. Your greatness is within you already. So I think I'm teaching her when she was born, the light was already in you because God put it there. But no matter what you believe, you are a light. And as parents, we have to remind our children, don't seek the light elsewhere. Come from within and be the light in every room you walk into. So I think once you are that light and you say, and as she grows into a young woman, none of these people can tell you anything because you'll know when you walk in, oh, I'm the light and I'm walking, and it's not arrogance, it's confidence and security. And having that light is what we need to instill so that our children don't seek approval and the light in other areas that don't do it for you.
Listen, right there, the light. I mean, I think that we can all apply that to our lives, right? Seeking the approval of others. Naturi, it was so good connecting with you and chatting with you. Tell everyone what you have coming up and how they can stay connected with you.
Of course. Well, I am about to be in a new show called Queens. It's coming to ABC. So ABC, October 19th. Tune in this fall. It's going to be so good. I'm so excited.
Yes.
I actually was just with Eve, who's like epic and legendary, Brandy, and then also my other castmate, Nadine. I mean, we've got such a great cast, and I just can't wait for the world to see this. So tune in this fall for Queens. And I also have an independent film coming out next year called The Blueprint with Brandon Victor Dixon. Not Brandon T. Jackson, that was lottery ticket. But yeah, so I think my music is another thing. I'm working on music again for all those people who've been rocking with me since 3LW. I'm in the studio working with Troy Taylor and Sean Garrett. I'm really excited because the music is my first love. And I kind of definitely took a break from that. But in 2022, you'll be seeing some music from Naturi. So look out for that. Follow me on Instagram, Naturi for Real, or on Twitter at Naturi Naughton.
Thank you so much. Listen, we can't wait to jam with you, to watch and support Queens, and to continue just to be a part of your journey. Thank you for being a part of Black Girl Magic Digital Summit 2021.
Hey girl, hey! My name is Maxine Gray and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Small Business Empowerment Team at Amazon. The Small Business Empowerment Team is focused on supporting Amazon's small business partners around the world. I'm excited to share more about Amazon's Black Business Accelerator with the Black Girl Magic Summit community. We launched this bold initiative in June to help build sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses, and are deeply invested in helping accelerate that advancement in the Black community. We have committed $150 million over the next 4 years to help thousands of Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs reach our more than 300 million customers. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator provides access to financial assistance, strategic business guidance, mentorship, marketing, and promotion, providing sellers in our store with the tools needed to take their business to the next level. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator is a step towards ensuring more Black-owned businesses have the opportunity, resources, and support needed to enjoy this success. We are thrilled to welcome many more Black business owners and entrepreneurs and boss women to the opportunity of selling on Amazon. To learn more and join the program, visit amazon.com/BBA.
Yara Shahidi is an award-winning actress, producer, and a change agent, and the breakout star of ABC's Emmy and Golden Globe nominated series Blackish. Yara is now the executive producer and lead of freeform spin-off series Grownish. All in all, Yara is a boss and a change agent for the next generation to come, and we are beyond excited to have Yara a part of Black Girl Magic 2021. Welcome, Yara.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being a part. Like I said, you are such a change agent for the next generation, and your voice is so pivotal as a part of Black Girl Magic 2021. I just want to kind of jump in and get started with our convo today. So you've started, you're starring in Blackish and Grownish, but there is nothing ish about your level of success at all. You're fully successful. Tell us about your journey of being young, fierce, and a celebrated actor, and your activism and all of your accomplishments.
Well, it really comes down to my support network. I think just like what this conference exemplifies, we're only as good as the people we surround ourselves with. And I know that everything that I have achieved has only been possible because I have people with me every step of the way. But when I think about my journey, I started acting at a really young age in print and commercials and moved into movies. I was 7 when I did Imagine That, when I played Eddie Murphy's daughter. But, you know, Blackish and Grownish was a big leap for me because I have always been a nerd. I have always prioritized school. But Blackish and Grownish were the first time in which it would be a commitment that took up the majority of our year. And I think the one thing that we thought of as a family, particularly me and my mother, it was season 2 of Blackish. And, you know, my character kind of floated in and out, but it was still taking up so much of my time. And we looked at each other and it was like, it's time for me to go live my full life. And what that meant was taking the opportunities Blackish given to have a very open conversation and say, well, these are the conversations that matter to me. So why aren't we starting these conversations? Rather than waiting to receive these opportunities, let's go create them. Let's go lean into the lovely people that we know that are passionate about the work that we're passionate about. And it means such a big difference. I think Grownish wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the fact that we really intentionally decided to let the world see all of these aspects of who I was, and that people were able to get invested in that. And so we then hopped into the Grownish journey, and it's been similar because Grownish has been a space for so much of my personal growth. I mean, thinking of being a lead on a show at 17 to now being 21 and an executive producer, that comes again with having a great team around me, but also knowing and having some anchoring values about why are we in this industry. You know, for me, entertainment is only as good as its impact. And I always say, like, we are not saving any lives. And recently somebody who I worked with added to that sentiment and said, no, we aren't saving any lives, but we're entertaining the people who do. And so I think for us, it was about how do we move with purpose in everything that we do. And I feel like when we move with purpose, the next step of my path has always become really evident.
No, that's amazing and so well said. You know, you mentioned a little bit about your parents, and you've credited your parents for pushing you in education and really just being your frame of reference for everything. What did education look like for you growing up in your family with all the success that you have?
Yeah, well, I come from a family of educators. So education has always happened inside and outside of the classroom. In many ways, I always say my parents created what I called an alternate curricula, because I think we know that, you know, what we're going through now, and we're even seeing it as a big debate across classrooms nationwide of whether or not Black stories belong in our curricula, which we know they do. But knowing that that has been an uphill battle that has been fought for generations, my family really prioritized making sure that we learned about our own culture and heritage inside the home. And so regardless of what was being taught at school, always having that supplemented for us, and then always supplementing like what we weren't learning about our larger global community. And that was really impactful, and I think is what sparked my love of history, my interest in people, is because through education, they taught me what it meant to be invested in other human beings, both of our communities and outside of our communities. And so I've thought of my educational journey as really special. I was definitely an educational guinea pig in that I've been to Montessori, all girls school, distance learning, you name it, I've tried it. But it always felt like I had agency over my education. And that was, I think, the gift of all gifts, because I think that is what's made me a lifelong learner, is knowing that I do have the capacity to control what my education does and what it provides for me. And that's been essential. Moving into college is treating college the exact same way, of saying, okay, what do I want from this experience and need from this experience, separate from what the administration or the school is saying that we need to get from this experience.
No, that's amazing. I have a new little girl, and when you talk about, creating those stories and your parents sharing the stories of Black history and what Black history impact has made over generations to come, and not just relying on the school system to necessarily tell those stories for you, but instead they're incorporating them in your household. That's something that I definitely will take to heart as I'm training her and grooming her for what her future success looks like. So tell us about Harvard, especially with you, really being an activist and really speaking for the next generation. Why did you choose to go to Harvard?
I chose to go to school. I was really intentional because it was primarily because of the professors there. I've had the good fortune of studying under Professor Cornel West for really the entirety of my academic career at Harvard and some other Black professors, but it really came down to knowing what Black professors would be there during the years that I was there. And also knowing that my major, social studies, allowed me to choose my own curriculum and what classes that I wanted to take. And so it really came down to the specific program, the specific professors. And I'm glad that that is how I made my decision, because it wouldn't have been possible without those professors' support. When I chose to go, I was during my gap year. And so we filmed Grownish during my gap year, season 1. And you know how shows go. I mean, we'll find a favorite show that only goes on for 1 season, 2 seasons, 11 seasons. So we filmed it not really knowing what would come of it. And then realizing, okay, it's time for season 2. But they always knew over at Grownish that education and college was so important to me. And I'm grateful that they were a team that were willing to make it work. But it meant within my freshman year, I was still working in Los Angeles and then flying to Boston whenever I could. And so the kind of quid pro quo of it all was that if I was going to be missing classes where other students had to write 5 essays for a class, for example, I wrote 13 in order to make up for, let's say, what was lost me not being physically present in every class. And then I was present any moment I could be, carved out as much time as possible. And then as soon as we finished filming, went straight to Boston. But I say that to say Harvard has been definitely a class act and really telling in the importance of continuing to be grounded in my path and my purpose. When I walked into school, there were plenty of people telling me that if I wasn't going to be able to dedicate the time to Harvard and had to maintain my work schedule and my other passions, even my activism, that I wasn't going to get the quote unquote Harvard experience. And for 2 seconds, I bought it. It's something that I constantly have to actively combat. It's not about what general experience people are telling you need to have, but I had to kind of rely on, what is the purpose of my education? Why did I choose to come here? What is this servicing for me? And it was really that I wanted the academic grounding to continue to further my work in activism, to continue to further my work in television. And so I think it took that reframing to then say, okay, this is what people are telling me, but this is what I know I want. And then it took a minute to then find that middle ground to figure out how to make it possible. But it's been so worth it.
Well, listen, all I know is when I was going to school, these options were not available. If they were, I just was not privy to them. And I just love what your next generation is doing, how bold you are, how authentic you are. And authenticity is something that you definitely pride yourself in. Speaking for the Gen Z generation and speaking for your peers, what do you see in the next generation? What changes are you, on the rise to make? What's really important for you?
Yeah, well, I mean, you already started to name it, just that boldness of our generation, especially amongst Black women. I think what I love so much is that we've taken our history as Black women so seriously as leaders, and we're continuing to push forward in that sentiment. When you're looking at who are leading these movements for progress, oftentimes you see our generation, you see Black women leading the way in all of these spaces. And the fact that Gen Z has taken that on proudly has been really exciting. Oftentimes people will come to me and say like, oh, you're an anomaly. You're doing all of these things. And the first thing I say is like, by no means am I an anomaly. I'm just one of the many people that you should be paying attention to. Because every time I look in front of me, behind me, to my left, to my right, there is another young Black woman doing the exact same thing and pushing forward in ways that are so special and unique to her. And so I think I love that. And the fact that we've taken advantage of social media. It can be a double-edged sword at times, but I like the ways in which we continue to innovate and find ways to come together instead of using it to be divisive. And it has created a community that is not bound by geography or proximity, which is really cool to be a part of.
No, that's super cool. I am so excited. Today, I have 5 special young women with me, women that I know, young women that I know that I've gotten to see over the last couple of years really grow up. And so they are here because they want to ask you some specific questions from their perspective of what's happening with their generation. So I'm excited to welcome them in. So we'll start right now with Kennedy Carter.
Hi, Yara. My name is Kennedy. I am a junior and I go to the Oak Ridge School in Arlington, Texas. And my question is, do you ever have those days when you're feeling really drained, and like, how do you handle that?
I absolutely have those days of feeling burnt out. And oftentimes I'm not as astute at making sure or checking in with myself. And so I think this year, 2021 in particular, I've made the point of being more intentional about checking in with myself so that I'm not just doing the self-care once I've hit that burnout, but I'm trying to be a little more preemptive. But I have to say, it's a process that I'm working on constantly. I have yet to get it down. But the couple of things that I've added in the past year alone has been exercise, because it's not just this idea of getting fit, but just having time for myself to focus on myself and my body and what makes me feel good. Before Blackish and Grownish began filming, I was in Tung Soo Do full time. I was rock climbing. And when I tell you, it was like a good day if I got more than 1,000 steps on set. And so I didn't realize how much I was missing that. And I think same goes for even just being a student, how much time we have to carve out for ourselves. But I think reading has been really important to me. And then finding the little things, like what gives me joy all the time. For me, that's live music. And of course, while that hasn't been possible in the past, it's one of the many things I'm excited to get back to. And so I've been trying to be intentional and write down whenever I find those little things that give me joy, to make sure to document it so that I know I can come back to it. Because, of course, we have those big things that make us happy, but those aren't always accessible. And so when we are feeling burnt out, it's nice to have a list of small things of, I love this podcast. I love talking to this person. I love being able to go outside and stretch. And those are the things that help me kind of work through the burnout.
Yes, that's amazing. All right, and now I have Kaylin McKibben.
Hi, Yara. My name is Kaylin, and I'm a new freshman at Stewart's Creek High School. So we know that there's a lot of darker sides to the internet. So my question is, with the expectations of society, what advice would you have to young girls on how to be a positive advocate for their social media channels?
Yeah. Well, something that I was reading recently was a post by Patrisse Cullors, co-founder of Black Lives Matter, and who's somebody that has really been a guiding light for me. And she was talking about social media in particular and the ways in which Black women can be targeted unfairly and treated unfairly. And so I think what I liked was first the acknowledgement was that we're not going crazy. We are receiving unprecedented amounts of hate that we shouldn't have to ignore. And I think the shift that's happened, not only for me, but so many of my peers in this space, was going from feeling like, as soon as we decide to be public good influences, we deserve anything that comes our way, the good, the bad, the indifferent. Saying, no, this is a space we get to proudly curate. This should be a safe space for us. So many times, we hardly as Black women get the safety of having a support network that is unabashedly there for us. And so it is an unfair expectation to move onto social media and feel like you have to deal now with whatever hate is coming your way for whatever reason. So I think one was grounding ourselves in creating and cultivating a positive space, which is not only what we put out in the world, but what we allow to come back to us. Because I realized that it was hard for me to stay positive when I was dealing with criticism of people that were not invested in me becoming my best self, but just chose to happen upon my page that day and felt like they had something to say. But the other thing when it comes to how we can help control that, I think part of it has been about showing off all facets of ourselves. oftentimes we talk about good representation, but oftentimes we are pushed into this feeling of having to be superhuman versus just allowing ourselves to be real and giving us that space to be real. Of when you are on my social media, you see that I am a nerd, you see my love of music, you see the fact that most times I'm joking around, and yeah, you see that I'm really serious and academic too, but all of that exists in one space. And I think a lot of the accounts and the people that I love to follow are people that do the same, of you just get to see all facets of who they are.
That's amazing. Behind me, I have Caitlin Carter.
Hi, Yara. I'm Caitlin.
Hi.
I'm a rising sophomore at the illustrious Spelman College. And so my question for you is, what your advice would be to young Black girls who want to use their voice for what is right?
Yeah, well, first of all, we have to sidebar because you probably know my cousins then. If you're a sophomore at Spelman, and you may see me on campus when the world opens up. But I'd have to say, when it comes to using our voice, the one thing that I've been reminded of by my friends who are community organizers who are doing this good work 24/7 is that our contributions to the world are supposed to look different. You know, oftentimes in the world of social media, it's easy to quantify our change. You know, I can look at a post and see how many people shared my message, how many people commented, how many people responded and reacted. And it's easy to get caught up in trying to look for the biggest scale of change versus really, I think my new perspective, especially in the past some years, is like, what's something that I can offer that is so particular to who I am? What's something that stems from a skill set I have, a passion I have, a community I'm connected to? And that is led to the most impactful change because I'm contributing in ways that are special to me. And so I guess the way I've been framing it now has been saying the goal is to always be in tandem with the folks that are at the front of the movement. I never want to be a rogue agent. I want to be able to make sure that I'm pushing forward in the ways that are helpful to our community. But how can I do that in a way that's special to me? And so really, I think it's about looking from within and looking at what interests you. You know, when I think about this past year alone and the ways in which young women, young Black women really helped run this movement, it was through art, it was through fundraisers. And I feel like every day I was seeing a new form of social engagement and activism that I could have never imagined a moment prior to that. Because it was people leaning into things that were so specific to them. And so I think that is my general kind of overarching note, because it can get overwhelming to feel like if I'm going to play in this space of trying to do good in the world, I have to make the biggest, loudest action, or it doesn't count. And really going back to the idea that it may sound cliche, but literally every action helps.
Yep. Behind me, I have Bree Hobbs.
Hi, Yara.
Hello.
Sorry. My name's Bree, and I'm a rising sophomore at Falmouth High School, and I was wondering, between finishing college, acting, and being an activist, how do you manage such a busy lifestyle and still leave time for yourself?
It's a process we're constantly trying to perfect. I have to say, my mama really helps in continuing to prioritize and help me remember the importance of quality of life. And the one thing that she told me really within this last year, because I sometimes slip into the mindset that anything that I do for myself, instead of it being self-care, I think of it as selfish. And so that was something that I had to reframe for myself. But the one thing that she had said was like, you can't care for others to the best of your ability if you were not caring for yourself. And so that really shifted how I think of taking care of myself and how that affects what I'm able to achieve in the space of entertainment and academia and activism. And when I think of my schedule, it is super busy, but we have always lived by the mantra, work hard, play harder. And so I love trying to figure out what are those moments in which we get to add a little bit of fun, but also continuing to remind myself of what is the purpose of everything that we're doing. I know for me, it's easy to feel unmotivated when it feels like the work that I'm doing lacks purpose. And whenever that feels like it's happening, then it's a great time that we use to just reassess. One, is there a purpose in this that we haven't identified? Is my purpose shifting? Because that's what happens sometimes. Or is it time to let go of certain things? Because it is now a moment in which we are realigning and figuring out what is more oriented towards our end goal of creating equity, of changing things in the television landscape, of using my academia to further this space. And so that has been, I think, the most helpful tool, because it also allows us to say no to lots of opportunities and really be focused on what opportunities are meant for us. And yeah, so those are kind of the key tenets. And I think the other thing that's been really important in all of these spaces is going back to, I know I've probably said support network like 20 plus times at this point, but I say it so many times because I really mean it. I know whether it be me as an Aquarius or just how I'm built, sometimes I am not the most forthcoming in everything that I'm dealing with. And I have realized, especially in the last couple of years, how important it is to continue to have friends and people, mentors, family, chosen family that you trust, that can be there with you along for the ride, so that you're not carrying it alone. And oftentimes the most helpful reminders about taking care of myself, or the most helpful pieces of advice about how to manage what's coming my way, has been when I've been able to share what's happening.
Yeah, that's really good. And last but definitely not least, Lauren Hobbs.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm a rising senior at Flatiron High School, and I'd like to know how you figured out which major you wanted to pursue in college.
Oh, okay. This is a good question because I was really specific. So I'm in a major called social studies, which may sound like a 5th grade class to some, but it is not just about basic history, but it was an interdisciplinary concentration that is focused on sociology, economics, philosophy, history and government, I believe, are the tenets. And the reason I chose it was because I was looking for a form of study that allowed me to dip into all of my interests. And that was one of the concentrations in which I could go into any of the other schools and choose what classes I wanted to take. And so when I was looking at different programs that I was applying to, it really did come down to figuring out what allowed me to customize my course of study, what allowed me to study under the professors I wanted to study. And so theoretically, within my broad concentration, I am a double major in social studies and African American studies, because it was also important to me to find a concentration that really allowed me to imbue African American studies into what I was doing. And then even more specifically, I then had to apply and say, well, this is what I want to study within that. So I study Black political thought and the repercussions of neo-colonialism, which is a bit of a mouthful. But it has really given me such beautiful opportunities to lean in and learn so much more about the history of our Black political thought, about the global Black diaspora and the ways in which we've been contributing to discourses on freedom and what progress looks like, and about rethinking systems rather than just reforming systems. And so that is part of how I chose my major. And I think the other crucial part was I looked at the alumni that were doing things that I wanted to do, because I was a little unsure. Do I want to be in the think tank space? Am I about to go get a degree in law? I was looking at the alumni who are embodiments of really carving their own path, and they all happen to be social studies majors. And so that made it an easy decision.
Listen, that's really cool. Listen, all of those majors, I'm like, girl, you are smart. But thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for being a part of Black Girl Magic. You are a true gem and a change maker, to say the least. Thank you for leaning in, and thank you for creating impact in your community. Thanks, Yara.
Thank you so much. It was really an honor to be in conversation with you all, and really looking forward to just the rest of the programming. This is so important and special. So thank you for thinking of me.
Yes, thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.
Now that was Black Girl Magic at its finest. Every speaker shared a story. They shared tools. They shared resources. They inspired you to keep going. And I want to encourage you, sis, keep going when it's tough. Keep going when you're lonely. Keep going when you are scared. I just need you to keep going. And I need you to remember that you are Black Girl Magic. You embody every single thing it takes to create the business or career of your dreams. To my startup hustlers, keep hustling, keep dreaming big, and most importantly, keep creating. Consistency eats talent any day of the week. And to my corporate queens, we need you. We need you, we need you, we need you. We need you to stay in the fight. We need you to demand your seat at the table and to know that there is no ceiling too high for you to reach. We are cheering for you. Stay connected with us on IG at Boss Women Media. And for upcoming events, head over to our website, bosswomen.org, to find out what we have coming and viewing for the future. To stay connected with me, I'm Marty McDonald. Follow me on IG at Marty Motivates. Thank you for tuning in.